people know who are sparing time and being with our
It's a
friends.
pleasure.
Yeah. So second day we had one person who is chairman of our Indian Blind Cricket Association,
Oh, okay.
Mahantesh GK. He runs
Mm.
a trust called Samarthanam. So he's blind from
Okay,
childhood,
I
but
know. Yeah,
he has
yeah.
done amazing things actually. So in fact, we want to have some student projects also,
Mm-hmm.
along with him and do something. So yesterday we had one person, Mudit Yadav. So
Mm-hmm.
he's a coach, CEO coach, and those kind of things. Excellent inputs.
Good, good.
So students, so many questions coming. No, we had to finally stop,
Yeah,
kind of thing, because that's also leave something for the next kind of speakers.
yeah, yeah.
And Ram is going to speak tomorrow, emotional intelligence.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
I'm also introducing some part of that because
yeah,
mindfulness.
sure,
Yeah.
whatever, because uh, there's always these are the different perspectives people need to have. Probably one more topic we should have introduced on first day is how to join on time. So how to keep time.
Mhm.
Probably I'll ask that questions towards the end.
Hmm.
What was your experience in Singapore and other things now with respect to people keeping times, other places? Yeah, and you conduct all over the world, so I think you may be having that perspective. But I think India also now people have become very time
Yeah, yeah.
conscious industry. But they work with the global industry, so I think everybody
Hmm.
I've seen now is perfect.
Yeah. I think India will pick up faster because this is a
Yeah,
fertile ground.
yeah, sure, sure. Okay, I think we can
Yeah,
start. Let's
you
start.
can
So,
start.
okay, sure, great. So over to MCs, Sukrita.
Limitation live only in our minds, but if we use our imagination, our possibilities become limitless. A pleasant morning to all. Now with us we have Vishweshwar Hegde sir, the motivational speaker who is in the IT industry for more than 35 years and is currently a partner in PM Power Consulting. Engineer by profession in electronics and computer science is the brains. He has worked in various organizations like Indian Institute of Science, Aeronautical Development Agencies, Motorola, and Mindtree in diverse leadership roles in India and outside. He was SRVP, a part of core management team at Mindtree, taking it from a startup to a 10,000 people global organization. He is a trainer, coach, consultant on agile, DevOps, program management, and mindful leadership areas. He is an urgent practitioner on yoga and meditation. I heartily welcome you, sir. We all are awaited to listen to your talk. Today's topic is mindfulness.
Thank you. Thank you, Sukrita. And thank you, Sanjay, for inviting me for this. It's a great opportunity for me to share some experiences and thoughts. And I really appreciate DSU doing this because it is so important. As I see when we come to the professional side, how important these topics are beyond just the technical aspects. So I want to share some of those perspectives today. So let me share my presentation. Hope you can see the presentation.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm calling this mindfulness on demand attention. That means we have great power to bring our attention to wherever we want. And that's a superpower. So we'll do some experiments today. It's not just a theory class. I would request you to be immerse yourself into those activities as we go along. Mindfulness, if I have to tell in a very simple way, uh, it's about managing our minds, emotions, thoughts in a very effective way. And there are practical techniques to do that. And we'll see a quick some taste of that today. Before I start, I want to start with a small story. This boy was flying kite along with his father. And then he told to his father, "Look, daddy, this kite wants to fly high in the sky, but this thread is pulling it down." Then his father said, "No, no, no, thread is the one which is making it fly high." Then he said, "How is it possible? See, it's pulling down." Then his father said, "Okay, you just watch." He took a scissor and cut the thread. What happens? Kite went here and there and nosed down to the ground. Then his father said, self-discipline and the discipline in life, it's similar to that thread. It looks like constraining, but that is the one which takes people to great heights. In fact, I had opportunity to work with a lot of good leaders, great leaders, I would say. I had opportunity to work with Abdul Kalam on LCA, light combat aircraft, avionics systems. I worked with many great IT leaders. I see all of them had great discipline, great self-discipline, managing themselves. They knew how to deal with themselves, how to manage themselves, their time, their resources, their focus. Uh, Without that, nobody can become great actually. Otherwise, it will be just a dream. It will not get fulfilled. And when I say this self-discipline, it's actually a combination of few components of what we call as emotional intelligence. You might have heard of this term, emotional intelligence. Otherwise, certainly you would have heard of the term IQ, right? High IQ person, brilliant guy. Till about 1990, people thought that people with high IQ become very successful in life. Then a person called Daniel Goleman, he's a neuroscientist. Through his research, he showed that people with high EQ become very important, very successful in life, which is emotional intelligence. And he defined emotional intelligence in 5 components: self-awareness, self-regulation, self-motivation, empathy, and social skills. And these are called bedrock of leadership. See, when you come to a work environment, these skills become extremely important. Of course, even as a student, when you work on projects, you have to work with now in internships, many places, actually this becomes very important to interact with people, collaborate, because only through collaboration you can innovate, not just one person in the modern technology world, right? I won't go into the detail, that's I think separate session for this, but I want to connect how to practically develop these aspects through mindfulness, because that's the practical technique. Little bit of neuroscience research. I'm sure you know that we have 2 lobes of the brain, and the left side of the brain is all about logic, analysis, sequential thinking, linear thinking, mathematics, language, facts, computation, all those aspects. It's predominantly the IQ part. Whereas the right brain, if you look at, is all about creativity, imagination, intuition, feelings, visualization, all these aspects. If you look at our modern education, is extremely heavily left brain oriented. And when you come to work, we need a lot of this right brain, because we have to work with teams, work in teams, work with customers, collaborate, and you know uh, manage complex situations and emotions. All those aspects require emotional intelligence, which is the right brain aspect. So how do you develop that? I'll show some examples what's happening in the industry. Google created a program called Search Inside Yourself. Google has been searching outside. Now they're saying search inside yourself. Basically, Google wanted to drive innovation. And they saw for innovation, diversity is the source. In a team or in an organization, if everybody thinks the same way, then there is no innovation, right? Diverse kinds of ideas, diverse kinds of thoughts, diverse kinds of people coming together actually creates innovation. But if you bring high IQ people together, they can't collaborate. There will be conflicts. There will be ego clash. They will fight. So people need high emotional intelligence also to collaborate, respect each other, and see other person's point of view, manage their emotions. That's where emotional intelligence becomes very important. So how to develop emotional intelligence? Then Google research showed that mindfulness practices are the practical way to develop emotional intelligence. So Google tied up with Stanford University to do the neuroscience research. So this program has these three components: mindfulness practices, emotional intelligence, and neuroscience. And it became very popular in Google, right from engineers to managers and leaders. And it also spread to many other companies. In fact, last year, just before COVID, I met a senior VP from IBM New York. She directly reports to the chairman of IBM. That means it's a very important function. Her role is to deploy mindfulness for 4 lakh employees for IBM globally. And there are so many companies now adopting this. There are mindfulness coaches in many of these organizations. And because of this huge demand, then Google spun it off as a Search Inside Yourself Leadership Institute. So silly.org. I'll be sharing this presentation. Whoever is interested can explore further. They have published a lot of material in this. So now let's do some experiments. Are you all okay? So I would like you to immerse yourself in this experiment. This experiment is not observing outside or doing something outside. It's actually working upon yourself. So because you can learn a lot by observing, right? And for this activity, I'll be using this bell. So whenever I ring this bell, you should start an activity. And whenever I ring this bell again, you stop that activity. Okay? Can all of you go on mute? There is some noise somewhere. Okay. Because we need quietness for this so that we can experience it much better. Okay. So wherever you are, you just sit comfortably, relaxed. Okay. And now when I ring this bell, I want you to close your eyes and observe outside. What all you can observe outside. Close your eyes and observe outside. Any sound, smell, anything. Okay. Here you go. Close your eyes and observe outside. Open your eyes. What did you observe? Maybe you observed some outside noise, sound from kitchen or traffic noise or some birds chirping, maybe, right? Some noise from outside. Now, when I ring this bell again, I would like you to do the next step, which is close your eyes and observe within yourself, whatever you can observe. Okay, here you go. Close your eyes and observe within yourself. Your eyes. Maybe what did you observe in this round? Probably you observed your breathing, heartbeat, or any pain in the body, or even thoughts coming in the mind, right? You might have observed quite a few of this. But now, the important thing to observe here is, did you observe noise outside this time in the second round? Still, there will be noise, but probably you didn't observe it that much, right? More important question is, in the first round, did you observe that you are breathing or your heart was beating? May not be, right? But I'm sure we all have been breathing, right? So what does this mean? This means we have some tremendous capacity to become very aware of outside, what's happening outside, the situations, people around, etc. Or we become very aware within ourselves. In fact, we can become very aware of what emotions are coming up, how I'm feeling, what thoughts are coming up. This is called on-demand attention. In fact, with little bit of practice, you can do this simultaneously. You can be very aware inside and very aware outside. This is called superpower actually. Because through this, you can manage yourself and you can manage outside people and situations. That's a superpower. So some quick neuroscience research. We'll be learning one technique later, and I would suggest how you can apply later those techniques. But before that, some Google research, because we need to get convinced, right? So this is Google Stanford research on neuroscience. What's the effect of mindfulness? What effect it does on brain, nervous system, our endocrine system, our hormones, and through which it affects our thinking, moods, emotions, behaviors. So that is the whole chain. Google saw that. So one of the research is that they saw that through this mindfulness techniques, our brainwave frequency reduces. In our normal wake cycle, our brain waves will be 15 to 30 cycles per second. And if you practice a little bit of this mindfulness techniques, it comes down to what's called alpha state, 7 to 15 cycles per second. If you do slightly deeper meditation, it comes to 4 to 7 cycles per second. What is the significance of this? If our brainwave frequency is high, normally when you are too stressed, too much thinking, then brainwave frequency will be high. When you are calm and relaxed, brainwave frequency actually comes down. What it does is, when this frequency is very high, it keeps our entire metabolism in a very high gear. It's like continuously running this machine. If you observe, if you are buying a computer or a mobile phone, there are some specifications. You would have noticed there is something called a clock speed, CPU clock speed. Higher the clock speed of CPU, it consumes more power and dissipates more heat, if you have noticed. So if you are running this CPU in a very high frequency, that's what happens to this whole system. We burn out, we get fatigue. Even when you sleep, this frequency doesn't go down sufficiently unless you get deep sleep. Because in sleep, our input output is shut down, but the CPU and memory is still active. That's why we play back the data, we get dreams, etc. So the way to reduce this frequency of the brain is these kind of techniques. And when you do that, you will reduce your overthinking, reduce unnecessary thoughts. So this is one research they saw. In fact, you can do some experiments. These headsets are available even in Amazon and Flipkart. It's about 10,000 rupees. It has a Bluetooth connection. You can wear this, then you can observe your brainwave on laptop. Another research they saw is what's called neurotransmitters. These are like hormones. There are about 35 of them they studied. I'm showing here 4. Dopamine, this is called antidepressant. Oxytocin, it's called pleasantness hormone. That means if you produce more oxytocin, you will be happy. And when you're happy, you will be more effective in whatever you are doing, right? Serotonin, if you produce more serotonin, you will have more self-esteem, self-confidence, less fear. Opiates, this is called painkiller, is not just about body pain, it's also mental pain. If you produce more opiates, you won't say, oh my God, this is a big problem. You will say, okay, we can deal with it. In fact, we are manufacturing all these hormones within our system. We should not be importing it from outside, taking a pill. Oh, we say stress and go to doctor. Normally they give antidepressant. It's not a good idea, because if you import chemicals into this body, our internal chemical factories will shut down. It is very similar to national economy. If you import a lot of goods from other countries, our local industries will shut down. Better way is to tune our own manufacturing system within, because we are producing all these things within ourselves. And mindfulness techniques are a way to tune our manufacturing process. And we can produce all these chemicals within our body and become very effective in whatever we want to do. This is another research they saw. Third one, they saw what changes happen in the brain. There is a part of the brain called amygdala, which is responsible for fight or flight instinct. It's a survival mechanism. For every situation, subconsciously we'll think, should I run away from this or should I fight this? There is another part of the brain called neocortex. It is responsible for higher thinking, awareness brain. So what they saw is, by mindfulness practices over a period, gray matter reduces in amygdala and gray matter increases in neocortex. That means we naturally become less fight or flight instinct person, less stress induced person, less fear and anxiety person, but more calm and composed, balanced, higher emotional intelligence person. So this is the very powerful way they saw the effect of mindfulness, how it transforms people actually. In fact, I want to take 2 minutes to share my own personal experience. See, way back when I was starting in my career, I was a hardcore techie. What I mean by that is that I was very comfortable with computer, very uncomfortable with people. If I go to meeting, I would never used to talk. If I have to make a presentation, I would go so much rehearsed, but somebody asks a question, I'll just get derailed. And when I saw that what was happening, it was happening again and again. I had great fear of failure, fear of making mistakes, fear of losing face, fear of criticism. That fear used to take over my. When I'm alone, I'm great. I had all the great ideas. Moment I have to perform with people, 50% of my bandwidth is consumed by that fear. Even after becoming aware of that, I was not able to come out of that. Only when I started these practices, something changed. At that time, I didn't know what changed. It was a total transformation. You won't believe I could talk like this. And later, when I read all this neuroscience research, I could realize that it really transformed within myself, the whole system. And it was that powerful. So, are you all ready to try out a technique? Hope you are motivated enough to try out. It's a very simple thing, but extremely powerful. So I would suggest all of you to just immerse in this. So what you have to do is you just sit relaxed wherever you are sitting. Keep your back and head straight. And I'll be playing an audio clip. You just follow that instruction. Okay? Keep all of you muted. I see there is no sound right now. That's good. And just follow the instructions. I'll play this audio clip. Okay, here you go. Sit relaxed with your back and head straight. Close your eyes. Bring your attention to the breath. Start observing your breath. Breathe slowly and deeply with full inhalation and full exhalation. Keep observing the breath. Observe the sensations in the nostrils as you breathe in and breathe out. Observe the slight movement of the nostrils as you breathe in and breathe out. Observe the movement of chest and abdomen as you breathe in and breathe out. Continue to observe the breath. If any thoughts come, don't follow the thoughts. Gently bring back the attention to the breath. Continue to observe the breath. Slowly and gently open your eyes. Okay. So how do you feel? Maybe kind of quietening and relaxed. Maybe some people might have gone to sleep as well. I know there was some kind of a noise because I think somebody was not on mute. So this is a very simple technique, but you can notice that you can actually kill all those unwanted thoughts. Do you know how many thoughts we get per day? What the modern medical research shows is that we get about 50,000 to 70,000 thoughts per day. In fact, if you observe your mind for 2 minutes and then you can extrapolate, you will see that there is so many thoughts that come in our head. And how many of them are really useful? 99% of those thoughts are useless thoughts. There are either some past thoughts or some future thoughts, nothing really what we want to do or what we are doing. The focus. So how to kill such thoughts? If you say, oh my God, I'm getting too many thoughts, you have created another thought, right? Or if you say, I'm not able to concentrate, I want to concentrate, that's another thought. So you can't deal with mind directly. You need indirect approach to mind. For body, you can give command, raise hand, leave it, it works. For mind, if you give command, it rebels. The way to deal with mind is indirect way, like this. For a breath watch is a very simple technique through which all those unwanted thoughts will actually die down. You will become very calm. So how you can use this? I have given few suggestions here or situations where you can use it. If you do this daily early morning, 5 to 10 minutes of breath watch, it will cultivate a calm, balanced and positive mind. You will have less stress oriented, characteristic and more balanced positive attitude. Why daily doing this important is that's when the brain, nervous system, endocrine system transformations happen. Every day we are producing, not even day, every minute, every second, we are producing a lot of cells in our body. When you do this daily practice, the new cells that come up in our body, they will be of a better quality. That's how our tune our manufacturing process that I talked about. That's one thing. And why early morning? See, early morning, our mind is in a very sensitive state. You can observe this, how you start the day, the whole trajectory of the day goes like that. If you get up and become anxious or irritated, agitated, the day goes like that. If you start the day with a calm, composed way, the whole day goes like that. You can observe that. So it's a good way to start the day. Whenever you are distracted, agitated, frustrated, just 2-minute breath watch can bring focus. Again, you try it that. Whenever you have fear, anxiety, for example, going for presentation or exam, just 2-minute breath watch will reduce it. You know why it happens? Because fear is a false projection. Fear is not real. So fear is just a thought process in the head. So by this breath watch, actually you will kill those thought processes. You will feel more relaxed. Whenever you feel tired due to overexertion of thinking, studying, listening to teaching, problem solving, all the left brain activities, again, 2 to 5 minutes breath watch will rejuvenate you very quickly. You will retain high energy through the day. Whenever you have any negative emotions like anger, sadness, disappointment, a few minutes of breath watch will help you recover from it very quickly. So I would suggest you to experiment this and observe yourself how effective it is. Now I'll play a small another video, very nice video, just 2 minutes. It will give you some good insights. Just watch this.
We can meditate everywhere, anytime, even 3 seconds, 2 seconds, while you're walking, while you're having coffee and tea, while you're having meeting, so you can meditate. Many people has a little bit misunderstanding about meditation. They think meditation meaning think of nothing, concentrate. So push too much. So we cannot block thought and emotion. In fact, we need thought and emotion. So whether you listen to your monkey mind or not, that's the issue. What I call monkey mind, mine is chatting, pala 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 yada yada. So monkey mind is giving your opinion. So whether you listen to opinion or not, it's up to you, right? So through meditation, what we do is we have to make friends with the monkey mind. But how to make friends? Just giving banana doesn't work, So right method is you need to give job to monkey mind. How to give job monkey mind? So the simple meditation technique is be aware of the breath. So you ask monkey mind, hello, what's breath? So monkey mind says, yeah, good idea. And be aware of breath. Breathing in, breathing out, breathing in. There's a lot of thought comes at the background. Don't care, no problem. So as long as if you're not forget your breath, anything is okay. No need too much concentration. Just simply be aware of your breath. Breathe in, out, in, even 2 breath, 1 breath. So therefore, we can meditate everywhere, anytime.
Okay. So as you can see, you can do it anywhere, anytime, and you can do that even with eyes open. Can you try right now while you are watching me? You can take your attention to breath with your eyes open, isn't it? That it's called stealth operation. Nobody will notice it. Even in a class, you can do that. Even in a meeting, you can do that. And when you do that, you will notice that you will come to here and now. Your wandering thoughts will reduce. That means you will be more attentive, more focused. One tip or a suggestion while practicing this breath watch. Whenever you try that, I'm sure you will notice that your mind wanders and you will forget watching the breath. It will go on to some thinking. It's okay. What you have to do is just observe, notice that, oh, my mind went somewhere. Let me bring back the attention to breath. Just do that. Don't criticize yourself. If you say, oh my God, I'm not able to concentrate, I'm getting disturbed. Again, they're all thoughts. So it's a trap, our mind puts those traps. This is called attention training. Whenever mind wanders, just notice that, but bring back the attention to breath. Don't do anything else. This is called attention training. Just like if you have to build muscle power, you need to do exercise, right? It doesn't happen overnight. Very similarly, if you want to build mental muscle, you do this practice. Over a period, you will see that more and more you will be in a calm, composed, positive, here and now state rather than just disturbed, wandering mind. I can say that based on my experience. So now what's happening is in the industry, I just want to share this so that you are aware of that. We do a workshop called Mindful Leadership Workshop, 1-day workshop on this. And a lot of people, managers, leaders, engineers are attending this. We have trained more than 3,000 people in the IT industry. And we call this as managing outside by mastering inside. The more complex situations and people and problems you have to deal with outside, you need more inner mastery. It is like if you want to grow fruits in a tree, where do you work? You work at the roots, right? Just because fruits appear on the branches, if you hang around on the branches, you won't get fruit. You nurture the roots, you get the fruits. If you want to grow the tree taller, roots need to be deeper. If you want to get good fruits in the tree, roots needs to be stronger. This is what it does actually. And there is a lot of good response to these programs in the IT industry. But unfortunately, people who are 30, 40, 50 years, they are attending and realizing, oh my God, if I had known this in my early life, how wonderful it would have been. I'm really glad that you are getting those exposures. I really appreciate DSU for that. I've given you some resources here. Anybody is interested? There is a mindfulness ebook in our website. You can freely download that. I've given a lot of research and many more techniques. Here there are mindfulness guided practices. Again, you can play them from the website or download. There are some techniques. For example, when you go to sleep, many times we won't get good sleep because there will be a lot of thoughts in the mind. There are techniques to switch off all the thoughts and go to deep sleep so that next morning you can be very effective. So you can explore some of those things. So with that, I'll close my session and I'll open it for any questions, and all the best wishes to you. Let me stop sharing. Yep. If anybody has any questions or comments. There are some chats. Mm-hmm. Looks like everybody is very calm and in a meditative state.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know I ran a little fast on the presentation because I just wanted you to get the kind of a good picture and a breadth of the topic, and you can explore further.
Yeah, by the time questions come up, Vishu,
Yeah.
first of all, thanks a lot. Actually, it was really, really amazing session, right? I think very insightful. I'm sure students will really start looking inwards, right, and make a difference, because they are totally into social media nowadays. So I think that's what actually they'll get.
Yeah.
And just for your information, your teacher, our Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor KNB Murthy, also was here in the session. Actually, I think he's still there.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
he's busy. So yeah, he remembered you actually as a student. So
Oh,
he was complimenting you.
yeah, I
So
see
it's
him
nice
now.
to see actually.
Namaste.
Yeah, namaste, sir. Yeah.
Yes. He was my professor in Hassan, Malnad College of Engineering.
Yes, yes, yes. That's what he mentioned to me actually just now.
Yeah.
So
Thanks, KNB sir.
yeah. And what I realized was, you can notice my voice also has changed after these exercises, right? People can see the way if mind becomes calm, right? The
Yeah.
way you talk also changes.
Yes.
Right? So that's the immediate effect we can notice.
Yeah. In fact, I remember Abdul Kalam so much because he was such a soft-spoken, always smiling. You may think that he's not very ordinary, no power kind of a person, but he was a talent magnet. People used to get attracted to him. Very soft-spoken, but whenever he spoke, people would just listen to him. And he inspired so many people worldwide. Those are all actually the power of mind.
Yeah. I think I see a lot of questions here. Students, you can unmute yourself also and ask if unmuting is possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, we can read out from chat itself. So shall I read out Vishu questions, or you can check from this? Okay.
You can read out, that will help.
1 minute. That question just went off because of a lot of other good comments actually coming up.
Yeah.
So. It's just jumping.
Yeah,
I think I should go to chat window fully.
Yeah.
Okay. I think
so while you are doing, just some more thought. This basically mindfulness is a term picked up from Buddhism. So it started as a healthcare practice to heal patients quickly, and then because of the power of mind, it had on power of mind, it became very popular in the corporate world also to develop leadership. And that's how now it's becoming. But the source of all these things is actually India. It comes from yogic sciences. So we should really be proud of that, and we should kind of nurture ourselves through that. Unfortunately, many times, only when it comes from the West, we wake up and look at it. It is our own source. And all yogic practices are much more deeper in this. It's really, really powerful.
Yeah. Sukrut, I had one question. How to stop the thoughts coming when involved in other activities, sir?
Okay. Good question. See, when you are involved deeply into something, don't try to do any stop thinking, all those, nothing like that, because that itself is a meditation. For example, you can notice that when you are fully engaged in a, say, sports, or fully engaged in doing something very interesting, experiment or something, you will see that it's a very single pointed focus, and there is almost no other thoughts. That itself is like a meditation actually. But to develop such a capacity for mind, whenever outside of such activity, you do some of these techniques, because that cultivates the mind to be able to be focused. And as I said, it's on-demand attention. You can become fully aware outside or fully become aware inside. So you will develop that capability to deal with the mind. So while doing something, don't try to control it. Let it flow. But while doing a breath watch, lot of thoughts come. Just maybe even smile at those thoughts and just come back to the observing the breath. That's how you develop your mental muscle.
Next question is from Bhagyalakshmi. Can the breath watch help us to calm our subconscious mind as well? Because more than 90% of our actions and thoughts are controlled by it.
Yeah. See, breath watch looks to be just a very simple process outside. I'm not going into too much of the science. In fact, it actually controls our energy system. Breath and an energy system are very tightly connected. And energy system is the source for our physical body and the mental body. So it comes from the root. So it is so powerful. You just by doing this breath watch, you are actually controlling your energy system. That's why it's called pranayama, not swashayama. It controls the prana, not just swasha. So it's very, very deep. It's very powerful. On the surface, it may look like just you are observing breath. That's why it's transforming the brain cells, nervous systems, endocrine systems. So many things are happening, which the neuroscience research is revealing that. Yeah.
Bhagyalakshmi has a question. Okay, that question we took. Ajay has a question, sir. We are reading or doing something, then any call or message comes, the concentration goes. How to manage it?
Okay, some of these things are again discipline. For example, don't keep all digital gadgets on all the time with you. If you can partition time, you don't have to be 100% online real time for everything. Nothing will happen in the world, okay, if you don't look at one message. So it's some discipline you need to cultivate. That comes by awareness that you are getting distracted. It's actually counterproductive. So use that to manage whatever you want to do rather than that device managing you. So it's again a control on the mind. Many times it's a temptation. That's why I wanted to stop that story first, the self-discipline. None of this will happen without self-discipline. You may say this breath was and actually again go away, do nothing. Without practice, it doesn't change anything in the system. So the self-discipline becomes the source. And as you practice, self-discipline also improves actually. They are mutually reinforcing.
Yeah. Just one quick announcement before we go to other questions. So don't worry about the next sessions. They're all handled by internal people. So after this session is over, we'll have 10 minutes break. And after that, your next session will start. Okay. So you can continue focusing on this session.
You reduce some anxiety and stress.
Yeah, anxiety also on some people, like, no, are they missing? Because it has different link, right? They should not think that, no, I should exit here and link here, etc.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Sure. So one question is, can mindfulness affect our decision making?
Oh, phenomenally. I didn't show a lot of the industry data. That's why leadership development is becoming so popular. Decision making, choice making, because you are making your decisions and choices in a balanced way, not totally rational, because totally rational logic also doesn't work. There is a human element, and it cannot be totally emotional also. And there is an intuitive feel. Intuition is very powerful intelligence. In fact, now there are books called on multiple intelligences from Harvard and MIT and all. We have intellectual intelligence, we have emotional intelligence, we have intuitive intelligence. It's called head, heart, and gut. So decisions making by head, heart, and gut is a very powerful way of making right choices and decisions. So mindfulness is, that's why, becoming very powerful there. Absolutely right.
A question from Siddhi, how can we manage anger?
Okay, wonderful. See, what happens with anger is that we don't notice that anger is coming up, and we shout at somebody or do something and then say, oh my God, I should not have done that. That's because we are not in a state of awareness. It's called emotional hijack. Intellect gets hijacked by the emotion. So if you are able to notice that you are getting angry, and there are ways to develop that, you can notice that your heartbeat changes, you start feeling, hot in the ear, some kind of a blood pressure increases, your breath changes, many things happen actually. So if you are aware, you can notice that I am getting angry. Then you can say, let me not get angry. Let me say why the other person is saying like this. See, normally anger comes because somebody criticizes or something is not acceptable to us, right? So you create a pause there. Otherwise, we'll be reacting. So it's called creating a space between stimulus and response. So the way to create that space is by this awareness. And one moment you have that awareness, you can take the right choice instead of shouting at somebody, or instead of just shutting down yourself or just walking away from there. You will say, what is the best response I can do? So you will get that power to make the right choice at that moment. Again, that's why the mindfulness practices are important. It won't happen overnight. Mind needs to be get cultivated. It works.
Yeah, great. Thanks. Next question from Ajay. How to be calm always? I think.
Yeah, I think one of the things in our upbringing and education, we haven't focused on this part of the development in the modern education. If you look at ancient Indian education, always it was about developing internal faculty first, brahmacharya, and going out and managing the world, grahasthashrama. In our modern education, we are starting with managing outside first, all the ABCD 1, 2, 3, 4, and nothing focused on developing internal capability. That's why we are feeling that we're not able to manage mind, how to be calm. Either way, it's not too late. We can start now, start practicing some of this. It takes some time, but you can really cultivate that. It's possible.
Yeah.
And you have to, with discipline, practice some of these techniques.
Yeah. Next question from Yashaswini: how to stop distraction when focusing in on one particular thing? I think that's also.
Yeah. That one is, as a tactical activity, you can be aware that I'm getting distracted, but let me go back to this. It's kind of a conscious choices, decisions. Another thing is, as I said, rather than thinking that I'm getting distracted, etc., if you practice this, naturally you will become a person of attention, focus, wherever you want to put that attention. That's a transformation which I talked about.
Yeah. Next question is, sir, what is Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama? Are mindfulness and pranayama similar?
Okay. Yeah. In fact, mindfulness has many techniques, including all these breathing techniques, pranayamas, plus many of the application of this, like journaling is a technique, for example, where you write down whatever thoughts come to you without filtering, without judging, and then later look at it to analyze. So you can develop your own self-awareness like that. So there are many techniques like that. Of course, pranayama is a great way. That is the most fundamental way in the mindfulness. Why I'm using the term mindfulness is that, unfortunately, there are a lot of misconceptions about yoga meditation. People think it's religious, it's not secular, all those kind of things, especially in corporate world. So mindfulness is a little bit more accepted. That's okay, whatever term people use, as long as they practice something, it will help them. Because this is a great science of dealing with a phenomenal gadget that we have called body, mind, and energy. It's a great science and technology. I would highly recommend you to explore yoga, pranayama, meditation. That's an Indian term. But as I said, the whole source of all these things is India. We are in the fertile ground.
Yeah, great. Thanks. Aditya's question, I think, is repeat, so I'll skip that. Rahul is asking, how long will it take to notice any difference by doing breath watch daily?
Good. Very good question. In fact, even in Search Inside Yourself, it's a 2-day workshop they conduct, the Google workshop. We have collaborated with them and did many workshops also. After the workshop, they handhold people for 6 weeks to practice these techniques. Why 6 weeks? It comes from concept of mandala in yogic sciences. Whatever you practice for 42 days, it becomes your muscle memory, or it becomes a habit. Now again, there is a lot of neuroscience research which shows that you will establish neural pathways, and new cells that get produced in the body. So you become actually accustomed to that, or it becomes your habit. This 42 days comes from yogic science again. It has a relationship to moon cycles, how it impacts our body. It's a phenomenal science again. I'm not going to the too much depth of it. So if you do it for 42 days without breaking, you will see that tremendous impact. Whatever those neuroscience research they showed, they have done those observations after 42 days of practice.
Yeah. The next question is from Dipti. Sir, we'll fix a goal and work towards it. After some time, we'll lose the dedication towards the goal. How to control our deviated mind?
Not an easy thing. You have to keep trying, keep making effort. Make simple thing as your discipline first. For example, just this breath watch every morning 5 minutes before starting anything else. Just bring that discipline. You will notice that whatever discipline you bring in one area of your work, it reflects in some other area as well, because it's the same mind and body and energy you're using. So if you bring a discipline in your, say, morning routine, it will bring a discipline in your studies as well, actually. You notice that. So just start simple thing. Start with this breath watch, or even Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama. If people are doing that, that's very powerful. Just do that every morning, and then it will propagate into other part of your life.
There are a lot of questions. I don't know, Vishu, how much time you have. Whether we should
another
go
2
or
minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, fine. So I think we'll go with that. So Akash is asking, sir, while making any decision, should we listen to our heart or brain?
In fact, Ashok Sutta was my boss, one of the great industry leaders. He was chairman of Mindtree and chairman of now Minds Technologies. He was my boss for 9 years. In one of our interviews with him, we asked him, how do you make choices in your life? He said, I make decisions with my head, heart, and gut. That is intellectual intelligence, emotional intelligence, intuitive intelligence. So we have a lot of multiple intelligences. We should make use of all of them. That will be the most powerful way of making choices and decisions.
Thanks. And the very last question now. Sir, we always keep postpone our work again and again. So how to control that laziness?
It comes back to self-discipline. Yeah, sometimes laziness. In fact, as a humor, I read one nice statement. Laziness is a art of relaxing before even you get tired, because prevention is better than cure. That was very nice statement to look at. So don't relax before getting tired, or another word, you actually practice some of these things, basically developing self-discipline.
Great.
Yeah, with that we can close.
Yeah.
And thank you very much. I really enjoyed this session and hope it gives you some inspiration to explore further. I, being in the industry, engaged with so many companies, I can certainly say that emotional intelligence is very, very important. Technical intelligence is not, it's necessary but not sufficient. And mindfulness is the way to develop that. So I would urge you to explore those dimensions. And thanks to Sanjay and thanks to DSU for me giving me an opportunity for this.
Really, thanks to you, Vishu, and thanks from all behalf of all students. We had excellent feedback from the students on the chat also. I think they're all excited to start doing these activities or restart if they've discontinued. I'm sure it definitely will make a big difference to their whole life. Right?
Yeah,
So
I'm
thanks a
really
lot
glad
again.
that DSU is doing this to holistic development of students.
Sure. And we'll have some periodic interventions. So make sure that they, even if they drop out, they'll restart and those kind of things. So we'll do something like that. Yeah. So thanks a lot.
Thank
again,
you.
And see you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye. Yeah. So over to MCs. I think we'll request all session people also parallel sessions to restart the sessions at 10 o'clock. Okay. So you won't miss out anything. Fine. So I request volunteers to inform these people. Okay. So I'm also going to start this quantum computing session along with Dr. CVSN Reddy at 10 o'clock. So see.
Hello, Imtiaz Ali, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, our resource person will join shortly. You'll have to make her as a host. Okay, I'll tell her to join.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. Students, please note that those who have enrolled for AIML session, you have to continue the same Zoom link. Okay, we will be starting shortly. Hello, sir. Imtiaz, sir. So our resource person has joined, Sadaf Suryavamshi. You
Okay.
can make her as host.
Okay.
Okay, Sadaf ma'am, good morning. I think Imtiaz sir has made you as co-host. You can share your screen. Okay, just check whether you are able to share the screen or not.
Just give me a second.
Okay, good morning everyone. Good morning everyone. Uh, I'm very happy that to know that we have got a very good strength for AIML workshop. And since today is the first day, we are going to start with the introduction to artificial intelligence and ML. So we have our resource person, Sadaf Suryavamshi, who has done her ME in Information Technology, and she is a PhD scholar at CSMU. She worked as software developer for 3 years and then got selected by MPSC as lecturer in Diploma Engineering. Currently, she is working as OSD in Regional Office Mumbai since June 2019. Sadaf ma'am, are you ready?
Yeah.
Can we start the session?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes.
Very good morning to everyone. And is the screen visible to everyone? Then we can start.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Okay, guys. So in today's session, we'll talk about artificial intelligence. But before that, I just want to show you this thing. Like Tesla, I guess you all know about it. So Tesla is now the bigger company than the top six automakers, and we all know the automakers like Toyota, Volkswagen, GM, BMW. So these are the biggest automakers we know, right? But today Tesla is like has outgrown these, and it is the biggest automaker today. So we should first ask the question why Tesla has actually started in 2003, and by end of 2020, it is the things are of 25th November 2020, these data has acquired. So why it has like happened, what Tesla has actually done to become the biggest automaker. So the answer to this is basically artificial intelligence. Tesla, if you all know it, makes the cars which are basically they can run on their own. So many it is not launched in India yet, but many of my friends who are abroad, they say that they actually sit behind the wheels, you know. They actually sit and they don't do anything. Most of the work their car does, like looking at the street passerbys and controlling the speed and everything, you know. So basically Tesla works on all these with the help of artificial intelligence. So now the question comes to our mind is, what is artificial intelligence? How exactly Tesla has actually acquired it, and how exactly these things are possible? So in today's session, we'll have very basic contents actually. What is AI? Then we'll talk about the domains of artificial intelligence. We'll talk about what are the applications. And the most important for you guys is what is the future of AI, because you are at a position where when you learn the AI, so what is your future? Because future of AI is your future, what you'll do in future when you'll get a job. Then we have some requirements for the future also. If we want to go ahead further with AI, then what requirements we have. So these are the basic session highlights. Let's quickly start. So basically AI has actually has come into our lives without informing, you know. We never realized that AI is coming, and it has actually acquired a lot of places, and it is growing exponentially. So when you order food, or you watch a movie on Netflix, or you talk with Alexa, so basically these are all part of artificial intelligence. So how exactly these things works? When we start the Netflix and we want like to watch a movie, so Netflix gives us the recommendation on the basis of what we have done earlier, what we have seen earlier. Alexa talks with it. Like we never think of like talking to a computer. When we talk with Alexa, if you have experienced it ever, so when we talk with Alexa, we really think that we're talking to another person. We never think that we're talking to a machine actually. So on a daily basis, we are interacting with artificial intelligence. And to your surprise, I will tell you that Google, when you Google something, basically you're interacting with artificial intelligence, because this thing is something like we never understand, we never thought of, you know, that interacting with Google is nothing but artificial intelligence. So basically, when you search something over there, so in the background, Google uses artificial intelligence a way that artificial intelligence is nothing but certain programs or codes it uses. So we'll talk about it, don't worry about it. No, you might be thinking, what is AI, which what Google uses? So it uses some code or something behind. There's some algorithm which works to fetch you the most like favorable results. Okay. So basically the concept over here is we are surrounded by artificial intelligence, and this existence is increasing. And let's talk about Twitter. So we normally we all go to Twitter, we talk to our friends, and we put so many tweets. But have you ever thought, there are people who want to put some hate speeches or something like that? So how exactly Twitter works with that? So Twitter actually uses an artificial intelligence program which actually find out the language of uh, what you have written over there, the language and everything. It finds out, and it's take out those tweets which actually kind of a terror or a hate speech. And I tell you, by end of 2020, Twitter did this. 95% of it was done by the program itself. 95%, guys. Only 5% human interference was there. 95% all hate speeches, everything was removed by a program itself. So basically it is nothing but the artificial intelligence, with the help of it, which it is actually finding what exactly to remove and what exactly to be left. Let's talk about, as I told you, Netflix recommendations, what you have to see. It gives you all the recommendation. Not only Netflix, even nowadays YouTube gives you recommendation, what you have to see, what you have seen earlier. So these recommendation comes with somewhere there's a program written, somewhere there's something which is actually giving you recommendation to see or do something like that. The next is Amazon. This is one of my favorites because nowadays in India, Amazon has grown so much, you guys. You know, like Amazon has actually purchased land, and it's actually having a big company kind of a thing in somewhere south only at your place. So basically, Amazon recommendations are a part of artificial intelligence programming. So Amazon exactly uses a machine learning, what you have purchased earlier, uh, according to your profile, what are the other people which are of your same profile or similar profile, and what they have purchased, so that Amazon can recommend the same things to you, that somebody who have already purchased this thing. So guys, please understand this, that artificial intelligence is not something out of the blue moon. It has evolved, just like your C++ or anything, like your science or maths, which has evolved over a period of time. Similar way, artificial intelligence is nothing but a kind of a programming which has evolved over a period of time. So I was talking about Amazon. So what Amazon is going to do in 2021, what are their plans? So what they are going to do is they are going to keep the inventory ready, which you have not yet ordered. See, this is something like really interesting for me, like an inventory is ready which you have not ordered yet, which is not even in your mind. Probably after 15 days, a month, or 2 months, you'll be ordering that, and that is already ready, which is whichever is the nearest Amazon back office, or which is the nearest Amazon warehouse to you. So how exactly Amazon is going to do that? With the help of artificial intelligence, with the help of certain type of coding algorithms, which is certain type of methods, with the help of which Amazon is going to find out what exactly you have purchased earlier, what exactly the other people have purchased, and similar purchasing habits. And depending on that, Amazon will get to know that, okay, in future, this person can buy this product. And when Amazon knows it, before you order that product, Amazon will actually put that product near to your wherever you stay, nearer warehouse. And when you order it, within few hours or probably minutes, you'll receive that product. So such an amazing thing Amazon is going to do. Now, another few examples, like phone. Nowadays, we all use smartphones, but we never thought of like it is using somewhere inside it's using artificial intelligence. So basically, when you open up your phone with your face, so face recognition of your phone is nothing but artificial intelligence. So people think that artificial intelligence is so vast, but I'll tell you one thing, artificial intelligence is not one thing. It is combination of all the different aspects. We'll talk about it in a minute. So phone opens up by recognizing your face, then it is nothing but a machine vision or machine as or your your system is going to use some sort of algorithm inside to recognize that yes, this is the person for whom I have to start the phone, otherwise the other person looks at your phone, it will not open up. So this is kind of an intelligent behavior your phone is showing, right? So for one person it's getting open, for the other person it's not getting open. Probably you might heard about Grammarly for spell checking. So Grammarly is another very intelligent software which basically corrects your sentences. So basically, I write something, when I write a sentence, so Grammarly helps me rewrite it in certain different ways. So this is so like intelligent behavior this software is showing. See, what I meant something like I have written some statement that I'm going somewhere. I've written this statement, I'm going to Mumbai. I have written this. Now, to this statement, Grammarly is going to give you certain other statements which will be of similar type. So it is showing an intelligence. It is not giving you anything from scratch, It is showing certain intelligence and giving you certain output which is similar to your sentence. It's kind of intelligence which humans show. Then we have seen Siri, Cortana, Google Home, Google Maps. These are all uses certain types of intelligence. Okay, so Google Maps, we go from one place to another place. Google tells us the best possible way, the shortest path, the one which is going to take the least amount of time. And even if while driving, if I'm stuck at a place and Google knows an alternate route to the place where I'm approaching, then it's going to show at that particular time. So it is kind of an intelligence which Google is showing. Next is Google Duplex. It's like 2 years back, Google has gone for the Google Assistant, which is Google Duplex, which actually can give you a relaxation kind of thing. You don't have to do anything. You just have to inform your Google Duplex Assistant that I want to book like restaurant at this particular time, I want an appointment from the doctor at this particular time or date, and Google will do it. Like it will give a call to doctor, or it will give a call to restaurant, it will do it on its own. You don't have to do anything. And basically when the Google Assistant will talk with the other side, like whoever is there, like doctor or a restaurant person, so the other person may not find that it's basically a software which is talking to the other person. So this is the basic concept of artificial intelligence, where we want the artificially intelligent machine to think like human, to behave like human, to rationalize the things. The another very good example is HDFC Bank's Eva. It is nothing but a software which helps people to solve their queries. And HDFC Bank in 2019, I'll not talk about 20 because I don't have the results of 20. In 2019, Eva actually solved 90% of HDFC Bank's incoming calls, and whatever the queries they had, it actually given the answer to 90% of the queries. Only 10% of the queries went to actual person which were not be able to solve by Eva. Now, we have seen so many examples like this. These are the places where artificial intelligence is being used, but what exactly it is? So as per the John McCarthy, who is the father of artificial intelligence, he says that artificial intelligence is nothing but the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. It's very simple definition. I have a machine. I want to make this machine intelligent with the help of science and engineering. Then I will say this whole thing is artificial intelligence. Okay, so let's see. If I talk about artificial intelligence, I have this robot with me and I want this robot to be artificially intelligent. Then what exactly are the three things I want in this robot? So now here on your left, you see there's a lab. So I have developed my robot in the lab, and I am putting the robot in a place where it is going to be functioning. So basically I'm putting my robot out of the lab into the real environment. Okay, so the three things which my robot needs to work or function in the real life environment. First thing, the robot should be journalized learner. Generalized learner means what? When I was in lab, the robot has a particular area to work around. It was moving from one wall to the other wall. It was moving from one desk to other desk. It was calculating, measuring everything, and it was moving. Okay. But when I put the robot into real scenario, the dimensions are going to be changed. So my robot should actually find out the dimensions, should understand, should actually learn the general thing when you put the robot into the real life environment. Okay, so basically this is the first concept of artificial intelligence, that whatever program you're going to write and whatever program you're going to feed into your robot or your whatever machine, that machine should learn, generalize. Okay, the second very important thing is the machine should understand the path it has to take. So if you have sent the machine into generalized environment and there's one path which is rocky and the other path is paved, then the machine should understand that I have to take the paved path. I should not go on the rocky one. This is called as reasoning. The machine should reason why I should not take this path, why I should take this path. So the software or the artificial intelligence program or algorithm which you will be writing should have a reasoning capability. Okay. The third and the foremost important thing is what exactly should happen, or you should give the solution. Okay, so your robot is moving and there's a river. Then now the question is how exactly the robot is going to actually pass that. So there should be some problem solving. Okay, so there is a problem given to the robot in real life scenario, then it should be able to solve that problem. So three very, very important thing. The last one is problem solving. The three very, very important thing which we should understand that our artificial intelligence program should have is generalized learning, it should have reasoning, it should have problem solving. Agar if I say that my robot or my program is having generalized learning, reasoning, and problem solving, I will say my program is an artificially intelligent program, or my machine is an artificially intelligent machine, or my robot is an artificially intelligent robot. Okay. Now, when I say my robot or machine is artificially intelligent, instantly you'll think about some robots from movies, right? So here is the catch. All the robots from the movies are not really AI, which is today. So what sort of AIs we see in the movies? So there are three types of AIs we should focus on. That is a weak AI, strong AI, and the third one is artificial super intelligence. Okay, so let's talk about weak AI, and I'll tell you most of the AIs which are there, they are all weak AI. Today, they are all weak AIs. So let's talk about the weak AI. Weak AIs are also called as artificially narrow intelligence, that is ANI. And weak AIs basically perform a set of defined tasks. Okay, as I was talking about Eva. Okay, so it has a set of written question and answers. If you ask something from those, it is going to reply. If you ask something which is beyond its database, then it's not going to reply. So basically, I'll say that Eva is nothing but a weak AI or artificially narrow AI. So basically, a weak AI is one which can do a job based on the predefined task, predefined set of instructions, predefined database which is given to it. Okay, so weak AI. Alexa is another example of weak AI. Okay, so when you do tell Alexa to do certain things which is being fed, then Alexa is going to do that. But if you tell Alexa to do something which is not being coded, which is not being written as program, then Alexa is not going to do that. That's the reason Alexa is weak AI. Now, Siri, Alexa, AlphaGo, Sophia, you might have heard about the humanoid, the robot. Then Sophia is another weak AI. Self-driving cars are basically in a stage of weak AI. So all these are weak AI. So AlphaGo is nothing but software which actually initially when it was launched, so a big programmer or a big AlphaGo player lost to it. But again, I'll tell you that AlphaGo works basically on the database, and it cannot do anything another other thing than what it is being coded for. For example, AlphaGo only plays Go. If I tell AlphaGo to play chess, probably AlphaGo will not be able to cope with it. That's the problem with weak AI. Then we have to go further. The question comes, right? If a program is there which can do only certain tasks, so if I want it to do certain other tasks, what exactly we need? Then we have to go ahead with artificial general intelligence. Artificially general intelligence means strong AI. Okay, so strong AIs are something which will behave like mostly like humans, will take the decisions like humans. Even if I say, let's say there's a group Go program, and if I tell it to play chess, then initially it will lose, but over a period of time it will learn and start playing good chess. So this is kind of a learning which can do on its own, just like human beings. When you are a child, you don't know certain things, but as you grow up you learn, and as you learn you implement. So this is the strong AI, where it will learn on its own and it will implement. The third is artificial super intelligence. That is nothing but a stage where the artificial intelligence program will surpass the human being. Okay, so this is what you normally see in your movies, like Skynet from the Terminator, Ultron from Age of Ultron, and if you have seen X-Men, so from there the X machines in X-Men, or a Bumblebee from your Transformer movie. So these are nothing but examples of the super intelligent AI which actually surpass the humans. They can think on their own and they can take better decisions than humans. Okay, so about this, we are still in the age of weak AI, so there are three phases, like weak AI, then there will be strong AI, and then there will be this third one, that is artificial super intelligence, that will be super AIs. So we are in the first stage now, but we'll talk about Stephen Hawkins, what he said. He said the end of human race will be development of super intelligent machines. So if we in future develop a super intelligent machine, then Stephen Hawking says that this will be the end of human race. That's what we see in the movies, right? And that's what we say. Okay, so whether the human race will finish or not, that will leave for the future. But we now know that there are three types of, or three stages of AI, that is a weak AI, strong AI, and a super AI. And we are still at the age of weak AI. So now for this weak AI or for artificial intelligence, what exactly we need for a program? Okay, so if I say the artificial intelligence is nothing but making a machine intelligent, then the machine should have some learning capability. So you can see on top over here, machine learning should be there. The machine should be learning like human beings. So understand one thing, we are intelligent people, and if I want my machine to be intelligent, then machine should have or possess all the things which we have. So what we have, we learn, right? We have a speech capability. Come to the next one. We have a speech capability, we have vision, right? So these three things should be there in machine if I want the machine to be artificially intelligent. So machine learning is the first part, or I'll say a sub part of your artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a big umbrella, guys. It's just the name, nowadays artificial intelligence is used everywhere for every other stuff, but everything is not AI. It can be a sub part of AI. Okay, so somewhere it can be a machine learning, somewhere it can be speech, somewhere it can be a combination of machine learning and speech. So if you talk about Sophia, so Sophia can be a machine learning, speech and vision combination. Okay, so there again, the next part, if you see down over here, so natural language processing should be there. Why natural language processing? It's very important. Now see, if I'm talking to you, you understand what I say, right? So this is because your brain can process the natural language, the language which I'm speaking. Okay, it is not just lines of code I'm telling. So till date, your computers, your machines only understand the coded data, or I say the programming languages. They don't understand the natural languages. So if I want a machine to be intelligent, there should be a way in which it can process the natural language. And I tell you guys, 99% work is being done on the natural language processing. So for your future work, and if you go into your final year and you want to make a project, probably in the first, second, or third or final years, so NLP is a place where most of the work is being done. Okay, so natural language processing like Alexa, Google Home, these work on the natural language, and you see how perfect they have been. Okay, the next is expert systems. Expert systems are nothing but if I have a computer and it needs human help, then expert system basically keep all the human help related data. For example, if I want to train my machine, so I'll keep certain database regarding that into my machine, and this machine is going to take the help from my expert database whenever it is stuck with something. So expert system should be there. Planning and optimization and robotics should be there. Of course, robotics will be there if you want a robot. If not, then you can skip this one. So artificial intelligence, guys, again and again I'm telling, artificial intelligence is not a thing which has come out of the blue moon. It is something which has evolved over a period of time, and what has evolved is machine learning. So since 1950s 40s, we've started making the machine learn. Okay, so it was like that period where the machine they wanted the machine to learn. 1956, when the first this term artificial intelligence came by John McCarthy, was 1956, where at the time they started making the machine learn. Then the speech, then vision, then should be NLP, then there should be expert system planning optimization, and if you want robot, then it can have robotics also. So artificial intelligence is a broader term. Under that, these things comes. Okay, artificial intelligence is a big thing where you see the output, inside the artificial intelligence. As I told you, artificial intelligence is a big term which is just used, but what artificial intelligence will have inside it, it will have machine learning and deep learning. Okay, so machine learning is nothing but ability of your computer, ability of your machine to learn without explicitly programmed. So now today, if you want your machine to do something, you have to program, right? Okay, if you want that your machine should calculate, you should add two numbers, then you have to program your machine so that it can take first number, take the second number, and add those two numbers. But if I tell you that I want the machine to learn on its own to add two numbers, I will not program it. This comes under machine learning. And the next, which is a baby of machine learning, I will say, it's a child of machine learning, which is called as deep learning. So what happened? Why deep learning came into existence? Artificial intelligence was very happy with machine learning, because we were making the machine learns, okay, like us, and do certain work. But deep learning came because we wanted the machines to actually think and behave or rationalize things like humans. So deep learning is basically based on neural networks. And now I'll not go into deep about neural networks, but I'll just tell you one thing, that human brain is I can tell you it's a set of neurons, okay, synaptics neurons, and it works on that. So we want an artificial neural network, just like our real neural network which is there in our brain. I want an artificial neural network which should work just like our brain. So neural networks are created, which comes under deep learning. So deep learning basically works on the basis of artificial neural networks. Okay, so this is what artificial intelligence is. This is what I was telling you. Right hand side, artificial intelligence, nothing but the output, what you see, guys. Self-driving cars, robots, these are the artificial intelligence. But for making these things possible, we have to work with machine learning, and inside we have to work with deep learning. I'll not go into detail of those, guys. We are looking at a superficial things right now. So I'll just directly go ahead with applications of AI. Now, what are the basic things which we can do with AI? It can be used in healthcare, can be used in education, autonomous vehicle, which we have seen, like Tesla, business, travel industry, social media we have seen. So social media can also use AI, businesses can use AI. Most of the businesses are using AIs, guys, for analysis purpose, I'll talk about GE, General Electric Company. You might have heard the name. So GE has developed a software which basically takes all the legal like notices or legal uh, things, and it can analyze, it gives this to the software, and the software analyzes, and if there is some important terms or the things which are very important for the company to look, then that software takes those things out of it and shows it on the screen. So guys, earlier, if I tell you that there are certain set of let's say legal notices have come to the company, and if I tell you that it's going to take long hours for people to actually read those notices, find out the important things out of those, and then discuss on it, and later take some actions on it. So here the softwares can do this thing in 30 seconds. Okay, so G has a software which can do this work in just 30 seconds. It can take thousands and thousands of notices, it can scan those notices, find out the things which are very difficult or for the company, or which are not in favor of company, and it can actually gives those things on the screen. So this is very, very important thing for the businesses. And the education, autonomous vehicles, healthcare, every aspects AI is going to cover. So when I talk about these important aspects, applications, then you should understand how important AI is for your future. See, when I was in my school, so I always used to think, okay, everything has been done in maths, science. I used to study, you might have, we all have studied actually, science, maths, history. We have studied everything, and I used to think that everything is done in science, everything is done in maths. What new we can do, what new we can add to it, what new can happen. I never thought of it that using this math, science, the evolution of computer is also there. So always looking at a computer, I used to think what new the computers can do. Now computer is doing everything, what new it can do. So the new thing is AI, guys. AI is a field which is not yet explored fully. So I can say that mathematics has been actually 99% explored, science has been explored, but AI is a field which is not being explored. So you guys in the future probably think on AI as your domain for exploring further. So AI is that important, where you can actually find out something new, you can discover something. It is very like difficult to discover something which is already like the most of the things is being done. So if I say science, maths, most of the things are being done. What new you will explore? It's very difficult, right? But AI is a very raw, it's not touched yet, untouched thing which you can explore in your future. So why should I go in AI? I don't want to be a scientist, I don't want to explore anything. Then why should I actually go for AI? So actually future of AI is bright. AI is going to be there everywhere. AI is now there as a, if you might have heard about data scientist, I don't know. So data scientist is something which is very, very important today. So I'll tell you, last elections, BJP government has used data scientists to read and understand what people were thinking about them, and this has been adopted from American government, which actually have done it earlier. So, okay, so this is what even India has started doing. The data scientist is a person who analyzes everything with the help of certain programs. And which programs? The programs which are artificially intelligent, and they give some knowledge to the scientist, and then scientists work on that knowledge. So basically AI, I'll just go through these. AI's future is basically image recognition, classification, tagging. So when you use the Facebook, so the images are automatically tagged. So that is a kind of artificial intelligence. right? Intelligent machine or intelligent software, algorithmic trading strategy, scalable and efficient processing of patient data, predictive maintenance, like predictions you will be doing for certain things, and object identification. For example, I give 5 types of dog breeds to the software, and then there's a family which is having a dog. Then your software should identify that this family is owning a dog and this dog belongs to this breed. That means the machine is behaving intelligent way. That is, machine is artificially intelligent. It has learned 5 breeds. It has seen, understood that there is a dog, and found out which breed it belongs to. So it is artificial intelligence which shows. Text query of images, automated geophysical feature detections, content distribution, and so on, cyber security, threat preventions, and so many things we can go ahead with AI in future. So this is what AI will be there, and integration with web and mobile apps. And it is being done, guys. I tell you, mobile apps and web is being integrated with AI. But again, it is not that strong yet. It's a weak AI till date. There will be a surge in chatbot. And I tell you, chatbots actually in this pandemic period, when the coronavirus still is there, but when it became coronavirus, so many organizations started with the chatbots, so chatbot is something with the help of which the organization need not place a person to talk to you. A chatbot will help you out with its database. Then there will be intelligent things like IoT, the term you might have heard. Internet of things is coming into picture, and it works along with the artificial intelligence. So IoT is going to be the future, guys. Everywhere it's going to be there. AI will back medical research, diagnosis, treatment in future. More hardware will be powered by AI. That means you will see in future, like after 10 years, you might see that there are the robots moving around your petrol pumps, or maybe moving around in your grocery stores. They will help you out instead of people. Okay, so hardware will be powered by AI. More AI based startups will launch, and they are actually in India. If you go and search on internet, there are so many startups which have actually started based on artificial intelligence, and there are few startups which are actually globally recognized also. AI startups I'm talking about. AI will impact the workforce also, of course. When you talk about machine is going to work, then of course your work is going to be done by machine. What will you do? So think on it. Now, if you want AI to be there for future, what two important things you need? You need AI enabled chips. Now you may say, ma'am, we have chips. They are functioning fine, but they are not that fast. They are not that capable of actually taking the load of artificial intelligent machine. So we need AI enabled machine. And the second and most important thing, we need cloud. We need cloud to connect, because artificial intelligent machines, if you are going to make in future, they need cloud. And this is the key factor. So if I tell you, there are few things to take from this session. The first thing and foremost is AI is the present and future. Second, AI is not a single concept, it is an umbrella in under which you can go ahead with different things to explore. Third, AI needs net, that is network, and cloud. So you can think of making your future even in networking or cloud or big data or artificial intelligence, internet of things. These are all the places where you can go ahead and you can start exploring, you can start searching, you can do whatever you want. So all the very best for your next 4 years. And with this, I stop my presentation. Thank you so much for listening to me. Ma'am, I'm done. Yeah. Thank you so much. And can I leave the session, ma'am? Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hello, ma'am. Sadaf, ma'am, are you there? Okay, I think I was not able to unmute myself. There was some issue. Okay, anyways, that was a very informative session, and I would like to thank her on behalf of DSU for giving us the valuable time and such an informative talk on such short notice. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Okay, Imtiaz sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can make Maz and Muskan as host. They will be, yeah,
Muskan
yeah.
are there.
Uh, okay, just a minute. Muskan Goyal and Muskan Sinha, both you make as host.
Both.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, done. Done, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, Muskan, Maz, you can start with your session now. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Mars, please unmute yourself.
Good morning, everybody. It's Maz and Muskan here. We'll be explaining about. Wait a minute. Good morning, everybody. It's Maz and Muskan here. We'll be explaining about the regression models that are present in machine learning. So, what is machine learning? Machine learning is basically a program that is written with the help of AI to predict outputs with the availability of previously held data. So when you see machine learning is of two types. It has supervised learning and unsupervised learning. So what happens is supervised learning is you pass a set of data to the code, and the code will recognize the pattern in it, and it will generate a predicting output. Whereas in unsupervised learning, the program has to extract features from the data present. So this is the main two features upon which program machine learning is divided. So we'll be learning about the supervised learning where the data is being inputted and the program recognizes the features. Before explaining about the supervised learning, I need to tell you about the types of data that machine learning comes with. So the data is divided into two types: numerical data and categorical data. So numerical data is basically has discrete and continuous data. That is, it either contains integers, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and as well as continuous data such as all the data present in, for example, the data are in length, in weights, and in temperatures, like 3.4 degrees Celsius, Fahrenheit. It can be anything. But categorical data is basically a data that can be categorized. For example, it can be male or female. It can be any color, like blue, red. It's like categorical data is basically when you can make the data as categories and not as single values. So in numerical data, there can be infinite possibilities, but in categorical data, for a particular category, there are a limited number of possibilities. So we'll be dealing with this in the coming these things. So the supervised learning is of two types: classifications and regressions. So classification is where data is for like example, like categorical data, it is grouped into classes. Let me explain you more detailedly with the help of an example. So you can categorize a person who has a loan, who has taken a loan. You can categorize him on the basis of two: if he has paid the loan, if he has not paid the loan. You can basically categorize the person, the data. So if you can categorize the data into two sets, it is known as binary classification. But if you can categorize a data into multiple sets or multiple classes, it can be called as multi-class classifications. uh, it can be called into multi-class classifications. For example, for binary, it is given here as male. You see in the screen, right? This male. Male can be considered as spam and non-spam. So this is basically, male is being divided into two classes: a spam class and a non-spam class. So this is basically binary classification. But when you consider cars, right? Cars can be XUVs, sedans, TUs, anything. It can be divided into multiple classes. So the categories of class is known can be example as multi-class classifications. And let me come here with regressions. So regression is basically it predicts the output depending upon the amount of input that has been given to the software. So I'll be explaining about the regression models in the coming slides. So one of the basic uses of regression is to predict outputs, right? So you can predict such as GDP. You can predict anything with the help of the data present. You can predict using regression models. For example, here you can see, if you are, for example, if a company wants to buy another company that is in research and development. So what the company has to do is it has to estimate what amount of profits that it will generate in the coming years, or else it will be a loss for them. So you can predict the company's this thing by the profit and research and development. So the x-axis you can see here is basically a research and development over the years, and the y-axis is basically the profit it has gained through this thing. So what we usually consider in machine learning is the y-axis is always dependent on x-axis. As for example, the profit is dependent upon how much research has been done. That's why what we do is the dependent variable, that is the profit, will be taken in the y-axis, and the independent will be taken in the x-axis, that is the research and development. So the spots you can see here are basically the how much of research development and the profit gained over the years. So it's being plotted, and you then after that, after you apply machine learning, those are regression models. You can estimate a line that gives almost an approximate value of that particular prediction. So here, let me explain what is linear regression. So linear regression is basically a method of predicting the outputs using the values present in x and y axis. You can see here there's x-axis and y-axis. So the value, as I told you before, x-axis is basically independent variables. That is the values that are not influenced by anybody. But the dependent variables are always to be depending upon the independent variables. For example, I've shown you here the profit, which is an depending variable, has to be dependent upon the research and development, because the amount of research and development done increases the profit. So this is the thing, and basically in a linear regression we use equation that is y is equals to mx plus c. As you remember this equation from your earlier class, earlier education, that this is the equation for a slope. So basically,
Mars,
what? Hello. Yeah.
Mars,
So
I'm sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt you. Just go a little slow.
okay, okay, sir. Okay, yeah. So I was telling about independent variables and dependent variables, right? So for example, let me take this thing. So for example, you have a something known as rainfall and something as crop yielding. So the crop yielding depends upon the how much of rainfall can be done. So this crop yielding, as it is dependent on rainfall. Crop yielding can be taken in the y-axis, whereas the rainfall can be taken in the x-axis. Then as I've told you, y is equals to mc square is basically a equation of a slope, right? So this regression model is basically estimation of to get a particular slope that gives the best possible accuracy for the output predicted. So you all know these equation, right? Y is equals to mx plus c, where y is the dependent variable on y, m is the dependent is the inclination of the slope, and x is the value of that slope over the x-axis. So as I was giving the example about crop yield and rainfall, as the amount of rainfall results in the crop yield is dependent upon rainfall, right? So here each and every dot, you can see here each and every dot has a particular value or y-axis as well as x-axis. So depending upon these values over the period of all the data, you have to predict a regression line. This is the slope, right? In machine learning, in a linear regression, is known as a regression line. So you have to predict a regression line in such a way that it gives the best outcome with least number of errors. So for example, I'll give you an example here. So this is a prediction of a regression line. So here these blue spots which you can see here are basically the actual data which has been inputted into the program. And you have estimated a regression line, that is this dotted yellow line, and you have this estimated these brown points are basically an estimations of those actual points. Let me repeat about this thing. So these blue points which are over here, these are basically the actual inputs which have been given to the machine learning algorithm. But so using these data, we have created an virtual regression line, which have estimations of those actual points as brown dots. And the basically the error the sum the square of the sum of the errors between them is known as e square. E square is something based on which you can measure the accuracy of a machine learning program. So here you can see that the blue is the actual point and brown is the machine learning predicted output, right? So the difference between the blue point and the brown point is something known as error. So these errors always occur in any machine learning algorithm. So when you square each and every one of them and sum, then you basically get a square value which determines the accuracy of the algorithm. As you can see here, there are a few x coordinates and y coordinates, and there are y values over the graph. So what in the regression
Okay,
model?
Mars,
Yes, ma'am.
yes. Mars, can you just wait for some time?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, Mars, can you please stop sharing the screen for a
Yeah,
while?
yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
ma'am. I just said the messages that I was going too fast. Should I?
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. I'll see. Okay, students, can you see the slides here? the one I'm sharing right now. Yes, Muskan, can you please confirm me that whether my slides are visible?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am,
ma'am.
it's visible.
The
Okay,
slides are visible.
okay. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. I know the pace was little faster, so no issues. We will take up some different topic now. Then we will move towards the topic what he was talking about. I will start with some simple topic of machine learning, that is different types of ML. Okay. Now, since you have got an idea about what AI is and why there is a need of AI, what are the future applications of AI, and what could be the possibility that AI can take, the lead and the charge. Now, what is happening here is, just let me, yeah. So, machine learning is nothing but it's a subset of AI. Okay, and there are different types of algorithms under machine learning which can take care of all the tasks. Now, for example, now there is a lot of data which is growing abundantly. Okay, there's huge data which is growing enormously. And how to actually control the data is the question. Because you cannot manually do that. Manually, it is not possible for a human being. There should be some automated process which can take care of. So we have some machine learning algorithms which can solve this task and which can make human task much better. It can make our task efficient. So there are certain types and broad categories of machine learning. Machine learning is nothing but when you make the machines, as the resource person also rightly said, when you try to make the machines understand in an intelligent behavior, that is what we mean by machine learning. Because machines cannot be intelligent unless and until we train them. We need to train them only when we give them some input. Okay, now we human beings, we have got that natural intelligence, or we get intelligence through experience, through the environment where we are subjected to. But machines will get that only when we humans try to give them inputs. So there are different types of machine learning techniques in which you can probably try to make understand how machines can intelligently take decision. Because in real life scenario, it is not possible for one single individual, not forget about individual, but even if there are like many people, it is not possible for that individual to take care of all things. And there are situations wherein you have to take immediate actions, and you need to provide very quick solution. So in that case, there should be always some alternative for human beings, and that is where machine learning comes into picture. That is why there is a need of machine learning who can make our tasks efficient. And what human beings can do, it could be little time consuming, that could be reduced if we have machines here. But only thing, we have to train the machines, we need to make them understand, make them learn certain things. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Okay, just wait, huh? Okay. Okay, so we have, as I said, different types of machine learning, that is supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement, as Mars also mentioned. Okay. Now, what do all these machine learning techniques mean? Okay, what do we understand by these types of machine learning? Now, initially, we are talking about supervised. Okay. Now, as the word tells you, there is supervision. You are always under the supervision, or you are always under the guidance of somebody. Okay. Now, as a child, you are always under the monitoring of your parents, your teachers. They are going to supervise you constantly. They are going to guide you. They are going to make you aware of the things. They are going to make you learn. Basically, you are learning something, and that learning is supervised by somebody. Okay? That your parents or your teachers or your friends or your peers, okay, they, your well wishers, they are going to make you understand few things. They are going to make you learn few things. And if you make mistakes, they will teach you, okay, this is not the right thing to do. You have to, your mistakes, your good points, weaknesses, all they are going to make you understand. And that's what we call as supervised learning. So as you can see here in the picture, okay, like there's a teacher and there's a student there. So a teacher is going to guide their student. Okay, he's going to tell, okay, what the things you're going to do, how you're going to carry forward, how you're going to take that step. So in machine learning also, we have this one category of supervised learning, wherein we see that you're learning, you're trying to learn, train the machine under the supervision of some human being. There is always some person who is going to monitor the functioning of the system, and that is what we call as supervised. Then, on the contrary, there is something known as unsupervised learning as well. Now, as you can see, there is complete difference between supervised and unsupervised. Unsupervised is, I would say, like self learning, wherein you try to learn on your own. Maybe you're referring some resources online, or you're going through some experience. You're trying, you're testing on your own. You're not really taking help, direct help from anyone, but you're trying to put your own efforts without anybody's direct guidance. So here, maybe the student is trying to learn something. He will make some errors, he will learn from his mistakes, and so on. So in unsupervised, it's like, I would say, now supervised learning is the phase from your childhood till maybe 15 or 16 years old. You are very protected under your supervision of your parents and teachers. But then after you cross that age, you are being subjected to the worldly the environment. And there, maybe parents, teachers, everybody will be there in the back end, but they won't be able to directly help you or guide you. Okay. So here, that is what is unsupervised. So in machine learning also, we have this technique of unsupervised, wherein what happens is that there is no direct support, there is no direct guidance. Okay. There will be some moral support indirectly, but you have to do everything on your own. That's what is unsupervised. You have to learn, you have to make mistakes, learn from it, okay, and then improve on it. That is what unsupervised. Like when you move to college, your parents will be there in the back end, but then you have to be smart enough to take decision, to what could be the possible step, what could be the solution. You have to learn it on your own. So in machine learning also, we have this technique of unsupervised. Okay, and that there is one more thing which is called as reinforcement learning. Now, under reinforcement, what happens is that under reinforcement, you are trying to really not, it's not even a combination of supervised or unsupervised. You will make mistakes. It's like, okay, I'll show you an example that would be much better. Yeah, as you can see here. See, in supervised, you have an external supervision. In unsupervised, there is no direct supervision or guidance. You are learning from your own. In reinforcement, can you see this image? Here, what is happening? In the first image, you are being trained by some professional coach in supervised. Okay, so he will give you bat, ball, everything. He will provide you with all equipments. He will direct you, he will teach you all the tactics and techniques. But in unsupervised, it's like you have the material, okay, you have all the equipments with you, but you really don't know what to do with it. Okay, you really don't know how to go about with it. So as I told you, your self learning is unsupervised. Like you are getting the resources material from somewhere, but you have to try to understand what exactly you need to do. There is no teacher, or there is no tutor for you. So in case of unsupervised, you can see he has that racket and ball, everything, but there is no person who there's no coach who's going to teach him. So he's managing on its own. But in reinforcement, you will not have proper equipments also. Okay, and you are being just subjected to some environment. You're just thrown in some environment, and you have to decide now based on it. You have to really experience in reinforcement. Your experiences matters a lot, and for every good thing you do in that particular environment, you are being rewarded. For every bad thing you do, you'll be given a penalty. Okay, so from that reward and penalty, you will understand where exactly you are going wrong. For example, now I can give you this situation. When we all were young, our parents, the parenting is such that whenever you do something wrong, okay, maybe the parent will scold you, or maybe there could be other ways of making you understand that this is not the right thing to do. But if you are doing something good, did if you have done, if you have helped someone or something better you have done, maybe if I offer you a chocolate, if a small kid, there is a small kid of 2 3 years old, and if I offer a chocolate to him after doing some good thing unintentionally, okay, maybe that child doesn't even know what he did was right or wrong, but if he has done something good, and if I offer him a chocolate or sweets or anything which he likes, then probably he or she will try to understand that, okay, what I did was the right thing because I was being given a reward for it. So you are learning from your experience now here. You have been given a reward or a prize for the things what you did. Similarly, if you have done something wrong and if you get a scolding, okay, if you get a punishment, if there is a penalty, then maybe you will realize, that child will realize that, okay, this was not the good thing to be done. So you as a child, when you are subjected to outside world, outside environment, you will learn based on the inputs from the external side, what is good and what is bad. Like based on the penalty and based on the rewards, you will learn whether you have done the right thing or the wrong thing. So that is what your reinforcement learning means. So in machine learning, we have these three categories. One is supervised, wherein you will have complete external supervision. One is unsupervised, wherein there won't be having any supervision, any guidance. And in reinforcement also, there is absolutely no supervision. And it is like you are learning from your own mistakes. You're learning from the rewards and penalties what you get, and you decide, okay, this is the good thing I have to continue forever, or this is the bad thing which I should stop. So these are the three categories of machine learning. Okay, now there are a lot of things we need to discuss and highlight over here, and there are very specific algorithms also which comes under supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement. Okay, I can give you an example of reinforcement algorithm. Now we have, the resource person also spoke about the Tesla cars. Now these cars are the best example, very perfect example of reinforcement, because there is no supervision there, completely no supervision. You have just trained that model in such a way that whenever there is an obstacle or hurdle, it will stop. Is it not? Or if there is if there is a clear road, it will go ahead. Now this training is given to that cars by human beings only. But how that car is trained, it learns by series of actions. Okay, there will be a lot of, because during the training process, you will make the car understand all these things. Car is an object and it is subjected to some environment. Okay, that environment is your road, and there will be some obstacles, some hurdles coming up. So you have to train the car initially before the deployment, that how you're supposed to take actions. Basically, all these machine learning techniques are responsible for making you understand how to take actions at particular situation, and that is what is important. And then we categorize these techniques into these three broad categories. One is supervised, unsupervised, reinforcement. Okay, now as you can see here, The main aim, the main objective of supervised learning was forecasting something. Forecasting means you're trying to predict something. Now how can I portray this in an example? Suppose now you are under the guidance of some teacher. Okay, you are learning a subject, and the teacher is monitoring your progress. She is giving you tests, quizzes, and there will be some exams and all those stuff. So based on your performance, maybe throughout the semester, maybe the teacher can predict, she can forecast the outcome. Okay, like based on your performance in your class or even in the test, she can make out, okay, maybe this student can uh, be the topper in the final exam. Okay, because she has supervised you, right? She has watched you throughout the semester, so she knows the strength and weaknesses of that child, so she can predict here. So prediction can be done using supervised learning. Okay, when the teacher or even your parents knows your strength and weakness, and one can know your strength and weaknesses only when you take the charge of it, or only when you know that person, because you have guided them. If you have given the guidance, if you have seen him or her working under your guidance, you can definitely know how the process will take further. So forecasting your prediction. Now this prediction also requires a lot of training. Only if you're training, then only you'll come to know, okay, I can predict that, okay, this student is going to do well, or this student is not going to do well. Based on that prediction, I can take decision here. Okay, I can decide probably. Or for example, now if I want to select the best what to say best student, okay, best student in the from the class, then how do I go about doing that? In that case scenario also, I need to monitor everybody's interaction, how how students are taking charge, how they are taking initiative, how they are interacting, or whether they are coming forward, and all those things I need to consider. Then only I can make a decision of selecting him or her as the best student, because I'm supervising him. Okay, I'm watching him. Okay, I'm watching him. So under my observation, I can make a prediction there. I can make a prediction saying that, okay, the student can be the best candidate for being the volunteer, also best volunteer or best student, whatever it is. So that is what your supervised learning comes. That's the main aim of the supervised learning. Under unsupervised, you're trying to discover certain underlying patterns. Now here what happens, you have no direct supervision, as I told you. You really don't know, you really don't have any direct guidance. So you yourself will, with the resources available with you yourself will try to discover certain hidden patterns in the data. Okay, you will only take the charge of it. So that's what is unsupervised. And the reinforcement learning, as I said, you are going to learn series of action. As you can see, you're training a robot. So maybe the robot will have to be trained in such a manner that he should know, okay, what should be the next step after this. So he learns all these steps altogether. So based on the actions, then if the same environment, if the same situation arises again, he can probably go back to his experience, and then take a decision accordingly. Okay, maybe if there is a situation of fire alarm, then what am I supposed to do? Okay, so for such what to say critical situation, for emergency situations, we require these robotic systems, or we require the help of AI and machine learning here. Because there you cannot see now, for critical situations, like if there is a fire alarm, or if there is any natural calamity or any disaster, the supervised unsupervised won't work, because you have to manually go and supervise it continuously. It is not possible to, for any human being to continuously monitor. Reinforcement is going to do on its own. You just train it for once, and then whenever the situation will arise, it will take the decision accordingly. Okay, so that's the main aim of all these techniques. Okay, okay, I hope students you are able to catch up with me. Just yes, anybody from the student side? If you have any questions, you can ask now. I can stop for a while. Okay, see, if you have any questions, you can post that in the chat box. Okay, are you able to understand, right? Yes. Okay, fine, fine. Okay, then I'll continue. Yeah, yes, yes, yeah, yes, thank you. Okay, now we will talk about the approach of supervised and unsupervised and reinforcement learning. Now, see, in supervised, what happens is there, as you can see, you have the system with you, okay, and you already know what will be the outcome. For example, now suppose you want to go out for playing, okay, you want to play out. Now this decision to go out and play will be dependent on many other climatic conditions or many other conditions as well. Maybe if it is cloudy or if it is rainy, you would probably no go you would probably not go out for playing. If it is sunny and if it is the climate is very pleasant, then you will think of going out, not just for playing but anywhere else, okay, for a trip or something. Now here in supervise, you already know the output. Okay, like the output will be either to go out or not to go out. Okay, so you already know that what will be my final output. So here now your inputs are what? Your inputs are all the climatic condition. Okay, maybe it's rainy, it's sunny, it's cloudy, or maybe
Easy, ma'am.
you. Yes, yes.
Your screen, you're not sharing your slides.
Okay, okay, just a minute. I think. Yes, now are you able to see?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, yeah, thank you. So I'll continue. So what I was saying is that in the approach, you need to know the output as well. You need to know what would be the predicting thing. But here, before knowing the output, we need to know what are the dependent attributes, like the inputs, the input conditions, the climatic conditions, the other things. All these we are supposed to know. So I need to map the input to the known output. Okay, just let me, yeah. So how you're going to train the algorithm? Now there will be supervised learning algorithms, right? So in order to train these algorithms, now I am supposed to give certain inputs to the algorithm. So inputs will be like maybe as I said, the climate conditions, or maybe you are done with the work at home, or maybe you have been given permission. All these are inputs only. All these are labeled inputs. They are all attributes. They are all characteristics which are going to decide whether there is a chance of you going out or not. Or even I can say that maybe, for example, you want to you want to accept some job offer. Now even that also depends on lot of other conditions. If the salary is good enough, or if the commutation is maybe feasible, then only you'll think of taking up that job. So your decision, your output will be definitely dependent on your input. You're going to train the algorithm in such a way that there will be a constant supervision. You know everything. You know that okay, this is my input, this is my output. So based on that, you're going to train it. That is what happens in supervised. But in unsupervised, what happens is that you really don't know what are the inputs. Okay, you don't know, you're just learning on your own, right? There is now, see, in supervised you will have a proper syllabus, you will have a proper guidance, you will have a proper design there. But in unsupervised you will really not have anything. It's like you are trying to explore the patterns and trends on your own. Okay? You There's no supervision. There's no supervision. So there are no input. You don't know really the inputs. You will try to identify inputs there. Like if you are given a racket and a ball, a tennis ball, and you love to play that, but you don't have any direct guidance. So in that scenario, what you will try to do probably is, maybe you will learn on your own. Okay, you will learn on your own, and then you will try to identify, okay, maybe these are the inputs. So these are the inputs, and these inputs will probably decide my output here. So in unsupervised, there are no known inputs. There are unlabeled, means you know the input. You know, okay, these are the things which I need to give to the algorithm. But in unsupervised, there are no proper inputs there. It's all unlabeled. You're trying to explore the patterns and trends on your own. Can I giving some output in that unsupervised? Now, in case of reinforcement, as you can see here, there is a maze, and okay, there's a robot who's going to cross that maze, solve the maze. So here, there is a method which is called as trial and error. Now, this method we always follow. Everybody we will follow. When we are following this, only when we don't know what exactly will be the outcome. Like as I told you, the child is doing something, he really doesn't know whether his actions are good or bad, but based on the prize or the punishment, the child comes to know that, okay, this was right. So similarly here also, now in this reinforcement, he's trying to cross the maze, and he really don't know whatever actions he's taking is the right or not. So he will just try to take a few steps ahead and ahead. So all those are trial and error. There is no proper algorithm here in reinforcement. There is no predefined input and predefined output is not there here. As you can see here in supervised and unsupervised, you won't find any predefined inputs here. You will just start with something, and you will learn from your mistakes. It's like you're blindfolded, and I'm telling you to just move ahead. So you will dash with something, then you will come to know, okay, I'm not supposed to go in this direction, then you will take. So that's all. That's a trial error method. When you hit with some object, you will come to know, okay, in this direction I'm not supposed to go ahead, I have to take up some other direction. So that's your trial and error method, which comes under reinforcement learning. Okay, so this is the approach which we have to carry for all these types of uh, machine learning techniques. Okay, now these are some algorithms which comes under each categories. Some of the algorithms we will be explaining. Before this talk, I think Mars was explaining about linear and logistic. Actually, these are the basic algorithms of machine learning. If you start with any machine learning algorithm, these two are like the base fundamental ML algorithms, and which comes under supervised. Okay, then apart from linear logistic, there are others. You might not know the functionality or the working of the algorithms. It takes time, but definitely we should be aware about the names of these algorithms. So there is support vector machine, there is k nearest neighbor, random forest. These all algorithms comes under supervised. Then under unsupervised also, there are other few reinforcement. There are some more algorithms, but if you see, more are in supervised, because reinforcement came into picture a little late. Initially ML was like only supervised and unsupervised, then there was existence of reinforcement as well. Okay, so these you can make a note of it. These are few algorithms which we need to know. Yeah. Yeah, so I have mentioned about these examples initially. Now, in supervised, I told you forecasting. Forecasting is nothing but prediction. You want to predict something. For prediction, you need to always know what were the attributes which are responsible for this prediction. Like to decide whether this person deserves an award or not, I will check his performance. If your performance is good enough, maybe you're getting that award. So that decision of giving you an award is based on your previous performance. So performance will decide your output. So that forecasting prediction is always an example, and that linear logistic, all these are the perfect examples for predicting something. When you want to predict something, you take up supervised algorithm. Under unsupervised, there are two cases of recommendation and anomaly detection. Okay, recommendation systems, as I can say, your Netflix is one example, or there are many other Amazon and many things which are recommender systems, and they are trying to recommend you the movies and everything every now and then. Now, how this works? Now, here also your machine learning plays a very important role, because in recommendation systems they are going to track the history and the what to say the activity of the user. So based on the activity of the user, maybe you're able to take a decision there, and you can probably recommend something. Okay, you cannot simply recommend anyone anything. Okay, based on his activity only, maybe you will get some ad when you're watching YouTube videos. Now, how do you going to get it? You get it only maybe based on your previous watch history. So now this machine learning algorithms, okay, there are specific ML algorithms which comes under unsupervised, which help you to uh, which help the systems to recommend people about various like movies, or even for if you are visiting some shopping websites, they will recommend you few items. Okay, maybe if you have bought something from shopping website, they will try to probably give you a recommendation of the similar item, because they know now maybe you will be tempted to get that item as well. Now, these ML algorithms are very smart enough. As I told you, machine learning means nothing but machine is being trained like a human being. Machine is being trained like a human being. So now, machine also comes to know that what are your likings. Based on your activities on the websites, they will come to know. They will probably know what are your interests, what are your preferences, and based on that, they will recommend you something. Okay, you might bring buy it or not, but at least there are high chances, there are probability is high that you might be tempted to get it. So this is one of the areas of recommendation system which is just blooming, and because nowadays a lot of revenue is made from this recommendation systems. Okay, as I said, Netflix is one of the biggest example, and there are many more channels which are based on this machine learning recommendation algorithms. So that comes under unsupervised. Why? Because see, here there is no direct connection as such. There is somebody who is watching you. It's something like that. Like you are browsing, you're surfing on the net, or you're looking for some ads. You're looking for some videos. You are just trying to learn on your own. Okay, for example, you are trying to take up some course of machine learning on internet. You really don't know what is the best source, what is the best thing to do. But as and when you just go on searching, the this recommendation systems will come to know, okay, maybe you are highly interested in this course. Now if you are interested, then they will show you many ads and other notifications, wherein you will get more ideas about to go about to take some ML courses. So it's like that. It is tracking your activity based on if you are constantly searching for something on the net, then probably they will come to know, okay, there is very high preference for this particular product or for this particular course by this user. Okay, so if I recommend him something similar to it, he will definitely buy it, or he will definitely go for that course. So that is what your unsupervised machine learning algorithm comes. Now, under reinforcement, as I told you, self-driving car, we have already mentioned, that will be an example of reinforcement, this thing. Okay. Okay, this use cases I will go through later. Okay, okay, students, we will have a short break here. Okay, maybe about 10-15 minutes, and then we will join back. Is that fine? Okay, yeah, we will just have a short break, and We'll meet like around 11:40 or something. Okay, thank you.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, Muskan.
Ma'am, can you make Mars the co-host? Excuse me, ma'am. Mars is not able to unmute his mic.
Okay, students, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Can you see the slides here?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. So we will move towards one of the most fundamental basic machine learning algorithm, that's linear and logistic regression. Okay. So as I mentioned, can anybody from the students tell me under which type of algorithm this two types comes under, whether it is supervised, unsupervised? Yes. Yes, very good. Yeah. So linear and logistic comes under your supervised machine learning algorithms. So yeah. So let's move to it. Okay. So first of all, before moving with what is linear and logistic, we need to know what is regression. Okay, basically these algorithms, as I told you, is responsible for some prediction. You want to predict outcome, you're going to use this linear regression. Okay. Now prediction applications will be there in many domains, like especially in your sales and profit domain, uh, where you want to, maybe probably you want to predict the revenue of the next month or the next year. So based on that, you can decide like whether how much your company needs to invest. You want to estimate the profit of the company. Okay, like you want to know as a stakeholder where exactly in which companies you need to invest. So in that case, what will happen? You need some algorithm wherein you can know what attributes will probably help me to decide the prediction whether I have to go for this company or not. So these prediction linear algorithms are mostly extensively used wherein you have to predict some profit or maybe the sales price or something like that. Or okay, I'll just give you some few more examples. Mm, yeah. Okay, as you can see here, one of the important application wherein you want to determine some economic growth of the country. Okay, now this growth of your country, its economic growth, your GDP, whatever it is, for that there are many other attributes which will probably decide what will lead to the overall development of my country. Okay. So maybe the agricultural income, the income from the agricultural side, or the income from other industries, all this is going to tell me, all this is going to tell me how my prediction algorithm will work, how it is going to like directly predict or forecast the final outcome. So that's one of the application. Again, one thing everybody are aware about the cricket scores, in which all the statistics are highly used, extensively used. Now here, now suppose, now those who are cricket lovers or those who are even not cricket lovers also, everybody knows the average rate of the batsman, the batting grade, and everything like that. So in order to estimate all that, you require a lot of mathematics here. Okay, like for example, you want to predict the number of runs a player would score in the coming matches based on the previous performance. Now, as I told you, linear regression comes under supervised technique. So what happens here is, okay, just a minute. Okay, there are some questions. I will answer your questions later. Okay, let me just finish this. Yeah. So now, when you want to figure it out, okay, what could be the possibility, the probability that okay, this particular batsman is going to score these many numbers, okay, on this ground, okay, if he's been subjected to a particular bowler. So all these are going to decide his score. You're going to predict. That might not be true every time, but how that prediction is done, because you have been observing that batsman or that particular sports person in his previous performances. When you're observing something, that means you have supervised it. You have been supervising that particular batsman in all these previous matches, and there will be a trend now. The trend in the sense, the batsman will figure the way he plays for a particular match, maybe on a particular ground, okay, that everything the algorithm will try to understand. Okay, so this automated algorithms, now there are linear regression algorithms which can be used in determining the average score by a player. So what could be the possible score he could make in the coming matches? That prediction might go wrong also. We cannot predict 100% accuracy there, but probably we can figure it out. Okay, more or less he will be in this range. So that is also one of the applications of linear regression. Okay, yeah. Also, as I told you, it can be used to predict what would be the price of the product in the future. Very, very important. As I told, in the sales domain, this prediction algorithm works a lot. Suppose there is one product which is being launched in the market, and people are buying it a lot in a very high range. So because the experience with that product is good enough, and they are getting good ratings for that particular product. So based on all this, if you are trying to launch a similar product, if the same company wants to invest money in launching a similar product with some additional what to say additional features, then probably these algorithms can help there in order to predict the price of the product in the future. Okay, because if you will come to know from the previous data, will come to know from the previous feedback and the previous ratings, what are the what made this product a little famous amongst the masses. Okay, what were the reasons probably which made the product the highest grossing or something like that. So you can predict here the price, okay, based on the previous thing. Okay, I will just see the okay. Yeah, yes, definitely. Supervised machine learning algorithm has known output. It has known output. What I mean to say here is, when supervised learning algorithm has known output means, see, here you know whether maybe the price of the product is going to go high or it is going to go less. That could be only thing can be done. Okay. It can be either yes or it can be either no. If it's like binary prediction, like as I told you, you want to go out to play something or maybe some restaurant, either you can go or you might not be able to do that. There could be only two things which you can do. So in this case, your supervised learning algorithm will come into picture. So you want to predict the price. Predict the price means now your prediction, maybe you can say the price is going to increase much more in the future, or it might going to get a little lower in the future. That is how you cannot predict your exact price. You have to give a range. So that range will decide now whether I'm going to get a profit or not. So based on your increase and decrease in price, maybe you are going to get profit or you are not going to get a profit. That's how it's going to be. So getting profit and not getting profit, as a profit estimation, is again the two outcomes. So that's how you know the output, but it's not that knowing the output means it you have to decide which output is to be chosen. Whether you have to go for the positive, whether you have to go for the negative output. Okay, so this is what these are some applications of the linear regression algorithms. I will give you some more examples. Okay, wherein we will learn few terms also here. Yeah. Okay. So here, as I told you, there are some inputs and outputs, fine, which we also can we can call them as variables. Now your input variables are independent variables, okay, and your output variables, they are termed as dependent variables. Why output variables are termed as dependent? Because they are dependent on some input. Okay, input is not dependent on anybody. Input is something who's going to decide what will be your output, who's going to predict something. So a variable whose value is not going to change by the effect of any other variable, that is referred to as independent variable. That's your input variable probably. Okay, and dependent is something which is going to change if you manipulate or if you change the values of the independent variables. For example, now as a farmer also you want to decide the crop yield. Now crop yield is your output. Either you're going to get the good crop yield or you're going to get the bad crop yield. You know the output there. But you have to decide now which one will be chosen. This will be chosen based on your independent or your input variables. Now rainfall is one variable. Okay, there could be many other variables also. See here, don't assume that even under this regression, there are linear and multiple linear regression. If I say simple linear regression, what will happen is there will be only one variable which is going to affect the output variable. Like for example, here, your rainfall is an independent variable. Rainfall is an input variable, fine. So this variable, only one variable, suppose if I'm considering to predict the yield of the crop. So your crop yield, which is a dependent variable, which is an output variable, is going to be highly dependent on the rainfall. Okay, for a particular type of crop, you require a particular amount of rainfall. So the amount of rainfall is your predictor variable. It's going to predict something and it's going to decide something. Along with that, if you have other additional variables also, then that all variable values will decide the output. Only one output in the sense you will get whether you have to, it can be binary thing like good crop yield or a bad crop yield, a binary classification. So this is one of the example of your linear regression. Okay, wherein we have your input variables and we have output variables. Output variables are dependent on your input variables. They are also termed as independent. Input are also termed as independent variable or predictor variable because they're going to predict something. Your output variable are termed as dependent variable. Okay, they're outcomes of your analysis of your prediction. Okay, so this was very simple example wherein you can understand okay what is exactly linear regression. Okay, now I will just show you a few graphs, then probably will understand. Okay, yeah. Now all have learned graphs in schools and colleges, right? Everybody know what is x-axis, what is y-axis. Okay, so linear regression, it's nothing but this concept is somehow related to a very famous equation, or I would say slope of the line. Okay, even if you're not good in maths or you're bad in maths, no matter, but this one standard equation we all are aware from our schooling. Can anybody tell me how do we define the slope of the line? Yes. Can anybody put that in the chat box? How do we define slope of the line? Yes, very good. Very good. Perfect. Y is equal to mx plus c. Y is equal to mx plus c. That's how you define your slope of the line. So, yeah. Wait. Yeah. So now this equation is, I would say, the base of this algorithm, this linear regression algorithm. So we won't go much into mathematics of it. But what I would say here now, when you say y is equal to mx plus c, y is your output variable, which is a dependent variable, and x is nothing but independent variable, which is your input variable. Okay? Then how m and c is going to get affected, we will see that later. First, we will see this graph. Okay, for example, now here, you are just taking one single variable. Okay, R&D, maybe some research, you're taking revenue and some development here. Okay, that is maybe the input. Huh? And you want to find out which companies you want to invest. Now if you see, On x-axis, you have this input variable, okay? And then in the y-axis, you have a output variable, profit. So now this person, okay, maybe he's a manager, whoever, he is going to take a decision now. Companies spending more on R&D make good profit. Okay. So he want to find out which companies are going to get highly involved in R&D. So based on that, maybe you can predict the profit. Okay. So now what I would say, maybe now all these points you can see, okay, all these x and y values, okay, these are nothing but they are inputs. Like for example, one company is only contributing this much. Okay, you can see maybe 0.5. Okay, maybe the profit is very less here. The other company is investing. You can see this line point here. You can see this point. It is investing very highly in R&D. Okay, so then maybe the profit is more. So there is an exponential increase here, as you can see. You can see this line. You can predict here something based on this line now. You can estimate profit based on the line. There is one variable here, there is one point here. The one company is making very less profit. Maybe it is not investing more in R&D. And there is one more company which is making very high profit. And you can see it's very top, it's at the top here. So based on this, you can make a prediction that, okay, I can go for the company which is giving me the highest profit. I would like to spend more on that particular company, because if it's investing more on R&D, maybe that company is going to give me more profits. So all these points which are scattered here, you might not get a very straight line. You might not get a straight line, but there will be more or less some points which are getting aligned with this line. It is trying to fit with this line. So I can decide here, I can probably predict, maybe that is not very accurate, but there could be some prediction that, okay, maybe the company which is uh, giving me, or rather putting a lot of investment in R&D here, is giving me the highest profit. So that's how you probably use your linear regression algorithm. Okay. Yeah. So basically, this is a statistical model. Why do we call it a statistical model? Because, as I told, that slope of the line y is equal to mx plus c, that itself is going to predict many things. So you have all other statistics involved here to predict the relationship. It is going to try to establish a relationship between your independent and dependent variable. Okay. So if you want to understand this algorithm, you need to examine two factors. First of all, you need to know which variables in particular are significant predictors of the outcome variable. Okay. And also you need to know how significant is the regression line to make predictions with highest possible accuracy. Now, as I told you, there are other algorithms also wherein you're trying to classify something or predict something. Now, what happens there? You should always know that maybe there could be many predictor variables. There could be many independent variable, input variable, but all variables might not equally contribute. You should be very smart enough to select one predictor or one independent variable which can highly determine the accuracy of your prediction. Okay, like for example, yeah, this variable or rainfall, that's one of the very important variable, I can say, for predicting the your yield. So these are the two things which we always need to keep in mind when we are implementing linear regression model. Okay. So this equation y is equal to mx plus c, that itself is a regression equation. And this equation is applicable only when we have single variable, single input variable and single output variable. This is a simple linear regression. You can see the simplest form of linear regression equation with one dependent variable, which is y, and the other one is independent variable. It is represented in this form. So we have x-axis, y-axis. X-axis are all your independent variable. Input variables you're going to put there on the x-axis, output variables on the y-axis. So corresponding to every input variable, there will be some output. So you will decide. So you will get this points here, see. And now you tell me, out of these variables, which is the slope? Y and x we already know. Which is the which variable is indicating the slope of the line? Okay. Yes, yeah, okay, very good. Yeah, M. So M is going to decide the slope of the line here. Okay, and C is nothing but the y-intercept. Wherever your regression line touches this y-axis, that is your C. It is called as y-intercept. Now this point I can see, wherein this regression line is going to touch here. Okay. So this equation itself is responsible for predicting the outcome of any variable, okay, wherein you know the values of the independent variables already. In supervised, we already know the inputs. We already know the input values. So as you just put on the values of the input, you will come to know the output variable. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So this was again the same example of the rainfall and the crop yield. So what you're trying to do is rainfall as on x-axis, you are always going to plot the independent variable. Okay. And on y-axis, you are always going to plot the output variable, that is dependent variable, y, crop yield. So it is like if there is now, the values are not mentioned, but you can just assume here, like if this point here, there is very less rainfall, the yield is also less. If the rainfall is more, the yield is also more. Okay. So first what you will do based on the, maybe now you as a farmer, or maybe as an agricultural person, you're getting data from some department and you're just going to plot it on x and y axis. Okay, this much rainfall was there and this crop yield was there. So you plotted there, you plot a point here. Then again you go, you take lot of data year wise, something like that. Okay, yearly or monthly, you keep on taking the data. And then once you get all the data here, okay, then you try to uh, fit a line there. Fit a line in the sense, how to fit a line here? You see, you cannot get the perfect line. You cannot get the perfect line. What you have to try doing is, you just need to pass a line wherein all the points are trying to fit. Not every points will try to fit here. You can see only hardly few points are fitting on this line. You cannot accommodate all the points here. Now, what does this mean? I'm telling you, what does this mean is that this graph tells me that as and when your rainfall is going to increase, your crop yield is also exponentially increasing. That is what is trying to say. Now, suppose you think, if I would have joined maybe these points, can you see my cursor moving here? If I would have joined, this is not a straight line, no? But so I would not be able to predict here well. I want a straight line in order to indicate that as the rainfall is increasing, the crop yield is also going to increase. So here the red point on the y-axis is the amount of the crop yield you can expect for some amount of rainfall, represented by green dot. You can see this red dots and green dots here. This red dot is for crop yield and this green dot is for rainfall. So you can expect, okay, this much amount of crop yield here, can expect this much amount of crop yield for this rainfall. And this graph tells me, you can predict here that as the rainfall is getting better and better, your yield is also going to give better results. There is an exponential growth here. Linear, the term itself, the linear means linearly you are going to get better results. It is like, now suppose I can take up the same example of a student scoring in an exam. Right? He scores, if you are trying to monitor him, if you try to monitor him constantly, his scores will improve probably only when maybe uh, like suppose for example the final score is on the y-axis, and on your x-axis there are scores what he have got in internals and quiz and other class test and everything like that. So as and when those scores are using, automatically maybe your rank is also going to get increased. Your rank will be higher and higher and higher. So that is what your linear, there's a linear progress. Linear progress means with the less value, you will get the less result. With the highest value, you're going to get the highest result. So you're linearly progressing from the lower values to the higher values. As you increase your rainfall continuously, you're going to get more better and better results. Again, the same example of this one, predicting the number of runs a player would score in the coming matches. Now, even this one, what happens here is, if you're considering one particular batsman, okay, maybe constantly he has played well in the previous two matches on the same pitch. So you can predict now here, okay, you can predict maybe if that is the thing, then he will perform well in this match as well, considering the other independent variables. So that is how there are some, these are the all linear regressions cases. Yeah. So this is also one example, I would say, with proper values I have taken. So suppose you want to forecast monthly sales, some sales you want to predict, okay, and how you're going to predict that sales now. Maybe you are going to consider advertising cost as an input variable, okay, like how much you are investing on advertising, that you will consider as an input variable. And on x axis there will be cost in whatever value, okay. This x axis are all your input variable, y axis are all output variable, sales. So I can say if you are just investing 1000 rupees, maybe you're getting just 200 units as sale. If you're investing 2000, maybe 300. If you're investing maybe around 5000, your sales is maybe around 900 or something. So again, there is a linear progress here. Okay, you're going to go from the lowest values to the highest values, and there is a linear progression. And this is also a case wherein you can predict whether you're going to get a profit or not. You can make out here, like if you are investing less, maybe the sales are not good enough. If you are investing more in the advertising, definitely you're going to get a better sales. Okay, so this is one of the cases of linear regression. Okay, now, so linear was one way of prediction. Apart from, in case of linear regression, you are actually considering the variables which are continuous in nature. Like if you see, these are all continuous values, no? Even your rainfall, if I consider rainfall, rainfall is not rainfall is not like a binary value, it's continuous values. It's not discrete in nature. You will have range in the values there. So linear regression is highly going to take care of inputs which are continuous in nature. But then there is one more type of regression. Yeah, then there is one more type of regression which is called as logistic regression. Now, this logistic is something wherein you're going to get an output in a binary format, and your inputs are also not continuous. They are discrete in nature. We will see what exactly it means. Okay. So, as I said, we have this supervised and unsupervised as two main categories, and you can see this regression. Okay, this your linear regression is going to fit somewhere in supervised. Okay, so here what happens? The system is going to predict the future outcomes based on the training from past input. That's the way of regression. Okay, there are other algorithms also like classification, clustering, and all, but we are mainly focusing here on regression, which comes under supervised algorithm. Okay, okay, I'll just wait for a minute. Maybe there are some queries. Okay, okay, I'll finish with this logistic and I'll come back to you. Okay, I'll just finish it, just 5-10 minutes. Yeah. Okay, now under logistic regression, what happens is that here you are trying to again predict something, but your variables will be in discrete nature. There won't be any continuous form there here. And here you are not able to get a linear exponential growth, exponential what to say, increase. For example, if you see this graph and if you see the graph here, it is like for some value you are getting the negative outcome, and for some value you are getting very high outcome. There is you cannot, there is no straight line. In logistic you won't find straight line. In linear there is a straight line saying that for every increase in outcome there will be some growth. Okay, and here it's like no, there are no binary output. But in case of logistic, you can get binary outputs. Like if you see here, now suppose you want to figure it out, like how long will the car be perfect uh, based on the service provided. Okay. Now in the x-axis, these are all years in service. Okay, and this is the probability of breakdown. This is some probability of breakdown, like your car is not going to function much better now. So now what will happen, this here regression model is going to uh, figure it out based on the user's experience. Now as and when your years increases, the service also gets degraded a bit, and then there is very high probability, you can see here, no, probability of 1. There is very high probability, like I can say maximum probability, that the car will surely break down. But in the initial years you can see here, when the car was very new, or it started very early, the probability of breaking down was very very less, like it's almost zero. It's almost zero. Okay, here in case of linear you won't get such kind of thing. You won't get here in logistic. It's like your outcome will be very discrete in nature. It can be, you can get either extremely positive value or you can get extremely negative value. Here when you have started very early with the, like there was a lot of service being given to the car, the probability of the car breaking down was very very less, like almost zero. And with the years, with many years of services, then definitely maybe after 6 years or something, the car is definitely going to break down. Again, this is prediction, this might not be perfectly correct, but this is based on the input. Like you provide years since last service, you're going to just keep on continuing the service, but then after a certain point of time your functioning of the car will not be that efficient enough. So either your probability outcome will be 1 here, or your outcome will be 0. Either it has to be 1 or it has to be 0. This you won't find in linear. Linear means what? Linearly you are progressing one after the other. There is exponential. But in logistic, you can have either two outcomes, either it is 0 or it is 1. It is yes or it is no. Okay. Yeah. So you can see here, you can probably find out for some threshold value. Threshold value means maybe that value is going to indicate that the car is more likely to break down after 3.5 years of age. Okay, you can see here value, right? This dotted line. Okay, let's assume that maybe after 3.5 years, there are high chances that car is definitely going to break down. Okay, then here, this green dot, there is very high chances of car getting breakdown, because the years of services are increasing more. And before the threshold value, it is coming to almost 0. You can say probability is less than 0.50. You can round this value to 0. The car will definitely not break down here. Okay, see, if you consider this as threshold value means one value which is going to decide whether car, if you exceed that value, maybe the car will break down. If you don't exceed, there are chances that car is going to function smoothly. That's what is a threshold. Like it's a cutoff. If you are passing that cutoff, you are eligible, you are going ahead, or you are not, you are left behind. Now uh, all the values before this you can just round it off. See, can you see here 0.50 was your threshold? 0.50 was your threshold here. Okay. And all the values before 0.50, you can just round it off to 0. What, what I'm trying to say is, if your threshold value is less than 0.5, that means there is no chance of of breaking down of car. There is no chance that car is going to break down. You, even if it is 0.4 also, you round it off to 0. car will definitely not break down. You can see probability if it is less than 0.50, the value of that 0.50 you round it off to 0 and saying that the car will not break down. That means your probability is 0 now. Probability is 0 for all these values from here. You can see this curve for all the values from 0.50 to here. Your value will be 0. It will not your car will not break down. But if the values of probability is more than 0.50, this upper curve, then there is a very high chance of, there is very high probability of car getting breakdown. Okay, so if there is very high, if all the values 0.6, 0.7, 0.65, 0.9, all these values are going to get rounded off to value 1. It is going to get rounded off to value 1. So the conclusion is, when you're setting the threshold value, okay, you're setting a threshold value 0.5, and if you are getting any output as less than that 0.5, you have to assume that the your outcome will be 0. Outcome 0 means the probability of breaking down will be 0. And if there is any value above the threshold value, your outcome of probability of breaking down will be 1. That is why you are getting only two outputs here. You are getting only two outputs here. That is discrete output, discrete variable. But in case of your linear regression, you would get what to say, you would get a range of outputs there. In logistic, you can only determine whether it is yes or no. Okay, so these are some of the applications of logistic, which maybe for the next sessions also we will so you will get a hands-on session on classification and image processing and data set, wherein you're using these algorithms to identify different features from the image. Those features are nothing but the input variable, and you're trying to categorize them as humans, as animals, as vehicles. You're trying to put them into different categories based on their features. Okay, based on the input variables, they're trying to put them into different. So now see, humans, animals, vehicle, they are like discrete values. They are not continuous in nature. They're just one discrete value. So it can be either human, it can be either animal. You cannot be both human, animal, vehicle. uh, it is not continuous, it is discrete. You belong to only one category and you don't belong to any other category. So logistic is mostly responsible for binary classification, and linear is also an example of classification, but it can help you in predicting the outcome. Logistic will give you an idea about how to, it also predicts the outcome, but it gives you a binary outcome. Either you move to 0 or either you move to 1. Okay, so let me answer the queries now. Yeah, okay, first I will start from the very start. Okay, Vedant has put some query. There are techniques to remove the outliers and tune hyperparameters. See, one thing that you will be also learning, whenever we are training all these algorithms, okay, all machine learning algorithms, the data set. Now, I've been talking about this input variables, output variables a couple of times. But let me tell you, the input variables are very, very, very crucial, because the values of those input variables or the type of the input variable is going to highly determine the accuracy. And I cannot implicitly predict or implicitly say that okay, this is going to be this variable or this input is going to give me the best accuracy. We have to train and test it. So also, yeah, Vedanta mentioned correctly about the outliers. Outliers are nothing but the noise. Now, when you get the data set, okay, that data set might not be completely clean. Okay, there will be some missing values in the data. So there is a lot of pre-processing which is required. Now, even for this linear regression and other algorithms, you will get some data set online from the net, or you will get from other sources as well. But you cannot expect that that data set will be completely error free. It is not possible. There will be some noise, outliers, or some noise means what? Maybe there will be some missing values. Some data might not be in proper format, and many other things will be there. So, so in order to remove that noise and everything, there is one step called as pre-processing. Now, this pre-processing step is essential to actually clean the data and make it look good enough to be trained in that machine learning algorithm. If you are considering unclean data, then there is the probability of getting accuracy might get reduced. The chances of that high accuracy might be little reduced. So that is also one of the good thing that Vedanta also mentioned. The amount of data required
Excuse me,
depends on the
ma'am. You're
problem.
not sharing the screen, I think.
Yeah, it's okay. I've stopped sharing the screen. I'm trying to answer the queries here. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. So as Vedanta mentioned correctly, the amount of data required depends on the problem. Also, not just that, even your size of the data is going to highly affect your accuracy. So you cannot just take up a huge data. I will tell you one thing. Now, all these input variables, which are the attributes or features, if you are trying to reduce the features, number of features as far as possible, it's definitely going to give you much better accuracy. Suppose there is one data set wherein you want to predict maybe detection of some heart disease or something. In that case, what will happen? You have lot of attributes. You have got data set from some hospital and have many attributes there, maybe 100 features. So training all those 100 features is quite computationally, it is quite expensive task. So if there is some process wherein you can try selecting few features. Okay, even in one of the slide in the linear regression, I mentioned that you need to decide which attribute is the best, which attribute is this most significant attribute. Now, maybe in predicting the heart disease, there could be one attribute which is going to highly affect the outcome. So you will consider those features. Maybe there could be many irrelevant attributes also in the data set. So in machine learning, it is very important that you do a lot of pre-processing here. There is a need of lot of pre-processing. Pre-processing means you try to remove some duplicate values, some missing values you try to fill up, or you try to reduce the number of feature. Because if you can get the same accuracy, if you can get better accuracy with the less number of feature, definitely there is no need of using so much of data. Okay, so it's better, it's always advisable to, and there are a lot of feature selection techniques. There are many algorithms like hybrid grid and all, which are little complex, but there are algorithms which can help you to reduce the number of features, to reduce the dimensionality of the feature. Okay, so if you reduce the dimensionality, if you reduce the number of feature, and if you just take up only selected feature, maybe these are relevant, only relevant feature you take forward, you will definitely get better accuracy. So that is also one of the thing. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, any more specific question? Yeah, any more specific question you want to ask? There was some discussion going on, so I will not interrupt. Okay, so then we will stop here. 12, it's 12:30. We will have a lunch break of around 1 hour, and then we'll meet at 1:30. And then there will be some hands-on session. Okay, is it fine? We'll have a break here of 1 hour. Then we will meet back at 1:30, and we'll have an hands-on session. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yes, same link you have to continue. Okay. Okay, installation Alon, you need not do anything right now. They will give you all the materials and resources during the session itself. Do not worry. You just join with the same link at 1:30. Students, you can start joining. The session will start shortly. Just wait for 5-10 minutes. Imtiaz sir, can you hear me? Imtiaz sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, can you make Lalit and Rutvik as host?
Yeah, yes,
They
ma'am.
will, yeah, yeah. Okay, I think Rutvik and Lalit, you're there, right? You have been made as co-host.
Yeah, ma'am.
You
Yeah.
can start with the session. Okay.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
take your own time and get involved with the students, interact with them, and yeah. All
Yeah.
the best. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Now, I'm Ritvik from 6th semester of Dayanand Sagar University. Today, me and Lalit Sagar will teach you the basics of Python and how it is used in machine learning and deep learning, like what is its importance and all. After that, I'll be teaching you data visualization and how to plot graphs in Google Colabs. Now, let's start with teaching the Python basics. Lalit, handing it over to you.
Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Lalit Sagar. Now I'm going to explain in this session. I'm going to explain you about the basics of Python. Is my screen visible? Anyone?
Yeah, yes, Lalit, you can.
Now we'll be speaking about the basics of Python. These are the contents in our session. We'll be speaking about what is Python, how is Python used, Python interpreter, Python basics, which will be an hands-on, and importance of Python programming, why Python for artificial intelligence and machine learning. Now coming to what is Python. So all of us know that Python is a programming language. This Python is a programming language that combines both the features of C and Java. So it is a combination of both C as well as Java. It offers some elegant style of developing programs like C, as well as when the programmer wants to go with the object orientation. So you can choose classes and objects like Java. So it is a combination of both C and Java. This Python is the Python programming language is relatively simple. It can be understandable. It can be understood by anyone who just reads it. So the syntaxes are very clear. It is readable, and mostly it is chosen by all the developers because of its less maintenance cost, and the development becomes easier using Python. Now, how is Python used? Before coming to this point, we'll speak about some of the features of Python. So the features of Python goes like this. It is very simple. So Python is a simple programming language. We can read a Python program just like we are reading English sentences. It means more clarity and less stress on understanding the syntaxes, like many other programming languages like Java and C++, which takes a lots of syntaxes. In Python, there are a very less syntax, so you can easily understand the programs well. And the next feature is it is easier to learn. The Python uses very few keywords, which makes it very simple, and its structure is very good. Understand in the purpose of understanding, it's very easy. So for developing programs, the Python become very easy. And the other feature is it is an open source software. You can freely download it and you can directly code. And it is a high level language. Now, how is Python used?
Python is a general purpose programming language. It means that it can act as both procedure oriented as well as object oriented. In procedure oriented programming like C and Pascal, the programs are built using functions and procedures. That means the procedure oriented programming gives the more stress on the functions rather than the data items. But in object oriented programming languages such as C and C++ and Java, these give stress on data rather than the functions, which uses a concept called as classes and objects. And Python is a mixture of both object oriented as well as procedure oriented. So it is called as a general purpose programming language. The next point is Python is an interpreted language. So any program written is a source code. It is called as a source code. Now, after writing a Python program, we should compile the source code using the Python compiler. Python compiler translates the Python program into an intermediate code. The compiler converts into an intermediate code called bytecode. This bytecode is then executed by the PVM. PVM is abbreviated as a Python virtual machine, which is actually an interpreter which converts the bytecode into the machine code so that the processor will understand the program and executes the machine code to produce the output. And the third point says that Python is a scripting language. So a scripting language is a programming language which does not use any compiler. In fact, it uses interpreter to translate the source code into the machine code. So Python uses PVM, which is Python virtual machine, which is an interpreter. So it is called as scripting language. Like Java. Java uses Java virtual machine, JVM. And Python can also be used to process a text. So in order to process text, display numbers or images, solve the scientific equations and save data, Python is majorly used. Coming to the execution part, we use Python interpreter. So there are two modes of operating the Python interpreter. One is interactive mode and the other is script mode. The interactive mode goes like this. You can directly go for the terminal and type, I'll show you guys. Go for the terminal and type Python. So this is the interactive mode. We can write small pieces of codes here, pieces of code and execute it. One line statement we can use in the interactive mode. And if you want to write a huge program, we use the script mode. That is, we write the code in a separate file with the extension .py and execute using the terminal. So I'll exit from this. I'll show you the text file which I have written. So this is just a file which I have written. It just prints. And now I'll run the code. See, it prints, hello students, happy new year. So this is the second way of using, which is the script mode. and we'll see the actual execution of a Python program. Now we'll explain the execution of Python program. Let us assume that we have written the program, Python program, with some name .py. The name of the program and the .py extension, we have to mention it using in the terminal to execute it. Now every Python program is typed with an extension, as we can see here, file name .py. After typing the program, the next step is to compile the program using the Python compiler. The Python compiler converts the Python program into another code, which is called as bytecode. This bytecode represents a fixed set of instructions that may be represents all the operations like arithmetic operations. It may be comparison, it may be memory related operations, etc., which run on any operating system and hardware. So as I said, the Python program is platform independent. It can run on any machine without any problem. So this is how the execution goes on. Now we'll see the basics of Python programming. These are the basics of Python programming. We'll be studying the data types used in Python, operators in Python, input and output operations, control statements, arrays, and strings and characters. Now, data types in Python. As there are many data types in C and Java, Python also has many varieties of built-in data types, which are none type, numeric type, sequences, sets, and mapping. The basic data types in Python are same like integer, float, decimal, character, string. These are all the basic we'll be seeing in command line now. We'll be executing parallelly. One more important feature in Python is that there is no need to declare a variable. Like we declare int A, int B, like that. There's no need for us to declare in Python. Python directly knows which data type the variable holds. Like for example, we take A equals 10. We give B equals some say 5.5. C equals, I'll give one character, and D equals, I'll give as true. Now these four variables contain different data types. Now we'll try printing all the data types, not the values, but the types. So print what type of, type A, type of B, type of C, it says type of A is int because I've assigned the value as 10 to A. The type of B is float because it contains a decimal. Type of C is str, which means a string, sequence of characters. Type of D is true. I've given it as true, so it gives a boolean value. So these are all the data types, basic data types used in Python. I will not be seeing much about sequences and sets. Just the basics we'll be studying in this session. Now going for the operators in Python. Python has arithmetic operators, assignment operators, unary operators, logical, relational, boolean, and many more operators like this. So what is an operator? An operator is a symbol that performs an operation. The basic operator requires at least one operand. If we take an example of A plus B, the plus indicates an operator, and A and B are called as operands. and the operation is called as addition. So again, we'll go for the command prompt. We'll give A is equal to 5, B is equal to 10, A plus B is 15. So this A and B are called as operands. The plus is called as an operator. The operation is called addition. So this is the basic operators used in Python. Arithmetic operators such as addition, subtraction, the product, division, modulo operator, exponent operator, A minus B, next A into B, A divided by B, A exponent B, A integer operator B, integer division B. So these are all the arithmetic operators used in Python. Now coming to the assignment operators. So these operators will be useful to store the right side value into a left side value. They can be used to perform simple arithmetic operations like addition, subtraction, etc., which is also called as shorthand operator. Likewise, A equals 10. This is called assignment. We are assigning a value of 10 to A. 10 is situated at the right side, A on the left side. So we are giving the value on the right side to the left side. So this is assignment operator. Now we'll see some of the short-term notations. A plus equals 10. We'll print A. So it gives 20. With this is nothing but A equals A plus 10. So we can write this as A plus equals 10. So instead of writing A twice, we can use A plus equals 10. This is the short-term notations used. Now unary operator, it takes only one operand. But Python, in Python, there is only one unary operator, which is called as unary minus operator, which gives a negation of the given value. So if I give n equals 10, print minus n. So it gives minus 10. This is only the unary operator used in Python. Now coming to the relational operators. Relational operators such as greater than operator, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, double equals, not equal to. These are all the relational operators. Logical operators are and or not. These three are the logical operators, and the output of this is a Boolean value. A double equal to B. If I give, it gives false because A print A comma B, because A is 20, B is 10. So both are not equal. Again, I'll give A equals 10 and check A double equals B. It gives true. So this is the relational operator we got. Now we'll see some of the logical. A and B. It gives 10. Both are same. A equal to 1, B equals 0. It gives 0. 1 and 0 is 0. A or B is 1. 1 or 1 is 1. And not A is false, which returns a Boolean value. A was 1, not A is 0, which is false. So these are some of the logical operators used. And Boolean operators are true or false, either true or false. And now coming to the input and output section. So every program needs an output, and input. Input in the sense take it from the user, and output to display the results to the user. This output function printf, which is used to print some output to the on the monitor, like we saw here. Print hi there. This is the length. It is used to print. And there are many ways of using this print statement, like a is equal to 10, b equals 20, b. So if you want to print a and b both, we'll directly give it like this. Now we'll take some input from the user. Likewise, I'll open my PyCharm, which is a good programming environment. Now I'll give n equals this is the input function taking from the user. N is equal to input of, by default, the input statement is a string function. We need to typecast it. We need to change it to the int to get any integer value. So int input of, here the text, enter a number. N equals n plus 1. We are just incrementing it by 1 and printing its value. Print n. This is just a basic program which I'm showing. Look, it asks for a number. I'll give 10. It prints 11. So this is one type of taking input. Now coming to the control statement part. The control statements like if conditions, all the conditional statements, and with the looping statements. So if condition, if else if, while loop, for loop, these are all the control statements that can be used in Python. So we'll see each one of them in the same file. N equal to 1 if n double equal to 1, print hello. We'll run this. Oh, sorry. Look, it prints hello. If I change this value to some other value, it won't print. This is a simple working of if condition. This is 1. Now we'll see the if else, if and else. Else, if it is not 1, then print hi. I'll give n as 0 to show the so it prints hi. This is a two-way statement. If n not equal to 1, then it goes for hi. If n double equal to 1, it prints the statement inside the if condition, or else it comes to the else part. Now we'll see if else if. To use this, we use elif, the condition n double equal to, I'll give 1 here, We'll give 0 here. Else print wrong input. So if I run this, it prints the first statement. I'll give 2 as the value of n. Now it goes for the last part, wrong input part. So this is how the conditional statements work in Python. Same as it works in the same way it works in the C, C++, Java, but there are no braces used in Python. So in C we'll use braces, but in Python we don't use spaces. Instead of braces, we use space, which is called as indentation. This indentation is actually a tab space, which is of 4 spaces. Look, tab space. If you give the indentation wrong, then the program will show us an error. See, like this, I'll show how the error is generated. So look, indentation error expected and intended block. So for every statement, for every condition statement, there has to be a proper indentation. This is the simple working of the conditional statement. We can also include nested if also inside the if. Sorry, if 1 double equal to 1, which is true always, print true. And we'll execute it. It prints hello for this statement, and it prints true, which is of nested. I used if inside if. So these are the conditional statement used, conditional if statements. Now coming to the while loop and for looping statements. The while loop and for loop works in the same way, but in C++ and Java, we need to the control variable does not increment itself. We have to give separate called as in C++. We need to give for I equals to 1, I less than n I plus plus. This is syntax for writing a if condition in C++. But in Python, it is different. For I in 5, I in range, we print I. So same thing. Oh, sorry. We need to give for first of all we'll give some for I in range. For using this, we need to specify the starting value of I. Next comes the ending number and how many increments we need. I'll give 1 increment each, and I'll try to print I. As I run it, it gives all the numbers from 1 to 10. So this is how you use the for loop in Python. This is a syntax for using for loop. Now we'll come for while loop. This is done. Now while while This is some examples for while for loop first. So we'll try to print the we'll try to print some right angle triangles, or okay, we'll print the right angle triangle, not right angle, equilateral triangle. For first we need to specify some n values. Now we'll give for I equals I in range so I want 10 rows. This range represents from 1 to n minus 1. So 1 to 11 minus 1, which is 10. So there will be 10 rows. We'll print spaces for n times, and n equals, we need to add the next space in the same line. Now we'll run this code and we'll see right angle triangle is formed. So in this way, we can play with the code using looping stuff. But the major difference in Python and C++ is C++ has something called as do-while loop, but we don't have any do-while loop in Python. This is only the one extra feature that the C++ other programming languages have. And now coming to, we have finished for loop. Now we'll see some of the examples. Some of the examples of while loop.
Lalit, we have a question from chat
Okay.
box. In this code, what's the function of star in the line 2? Yeah, second.
Star.
Yeah.
This one is used to this star. We are multiplying I times. See, I represents the number of rows. So in first row only one star should be there. In second row 2 stars. Third 3. So how many number of rows? That many number of stars should be there, as we can see in the output. This is for just for an example. That's it. See, there are 10 rows. We are printing a right angle triangle. That's it. And now we'll see the working of while loop. While loop, this is also same. We need to use the keyword while. Before this, we need to specify the value of, we'll take x equal to 1, while x less than 10, print x. Oh, sorry, it on infinite. We need to specify x equals x plus and we'll run this. So it prints from x equal to 1 to 9. If you have given your equals, so it prints the first 10 numbers. This is the usage of while loop. And we can also use written statements and past statements. We'll be seeing that in the next session, next lectures. Now we'll go for the array part, arrays. So just we'll see some of the advantages of arrays. We'll parallelly execute some examples of arrays as well. Now, first, for creating an array, we use the import function. So we need to import a package called array. This is from array import everything. So this star represents everything. From this array, which is a package, we are importing everything from array. And we'll see the creation of array. Now, import, from array, import star. This is a syntax for using the array in your program. I'll give the array name as A. A equals array of, we need to specify what type of data type.
Hello, Lalit. Can you explain array once again?
Okay. So coming from the beginning of array, so in the same way as there are arrays in C++, Java, and C, there are arrays imported in Python as well. But they are situated in a package called as array. The package name is array. Now, if you want to know the definition of array, it is any variable that stores a group of elements of same data type. As I've given the example, we can store either all as integers, all as string, all as characters. The main advantage of using this array is to store and process a group of elements very easily. Now we can see here the syntax for writing or importing an array is from array import everything star array name equals array of type code specified comma element specified inside the square braces. Same thing we'll do here. I have specified the type code as I, which represents as integer. A equals array of I comma, we'll give inside the square braces some random values, and we'll close this. Print A. This array. From array import everything. So it prints the array. If you want the array to be precise, we'll use a for loop for I in A. For I in A, print all the values of I. So the indentation can be, not the indentation, the indexing can be starting from 0, or we can specify the index value for I. Look, we have printed the elements in array. So these are the basic things, basic definition of array and how to import the array module, and a simple example. And in using arrays also we can do many things like inserting an element, inserting in certain positions. So many operations we can do in array. some of the some examples I'll show you. From array again, import everything. We'll create array of integers. So I'll give 5 elements inside an array. Now we'll see. Now we'll print the original array once. To keep track of the original array, I am just printing the original array. Now we'll see some of the basic operations like appending, count of number of elements in an array, extend the array, and insert the values, insert at certain positions, remove the last element. We'll see some of these operations now. Some of the built-in functions are ARR. We need to specify the array name dot. We'll use append. The append function, what it does is it directly adds the element to the last of the array. So I want 60 to be added to the last of the array. So I'll execute this. Oh, I didn't print this. Print ARR. Now see, the new value is added at the last. So in C++ and Java, we need to write a different separate code for adding at the last position. So in this directly, we can use a direct function, built-in function called as append of. We can specify the value which we want to add at the last and directly give it inside the parenthesis. It directly prints. Now the next function is inserting into an array. Everything is built in Python, so we can directly use insert command. Insert of at what position you want and what value you want. So I want to insert 5 at first position. So I'll give the position as 1, 5. And we'll print again array once again. Inserting the at 0th position we need to add. So the indexing starts from 0. So we can see the output. It has we have successfully inserted just by using a built-in function, which is insert at a specific position. Now we'll see how to remove an element from the last position using the same array name dot. We'll do pop. Now 60 will be popped out as in the last statement. As we can see here, we have removed the last element from the array. These are some of the basic operations that we perform on arrays. Now the next thing is functions, list, and tuples. As we use functions in C, as we use functions in C++ and Java, we can also use functions in Python. So a function is a set of statements that take inputs, do some specific computations, and produces output. We use functions mainly to store that code and reuse the code over and over again. And same thing, we can see the definition of a function now. To define a function, we need to write def, the function name. Function name is, I'll give a sum. We'll define this and we'll use C equals, we'll define some C equals 10 plus 20. And we'll return the C value to the calling function. Now n equals we'll print the value of n. So it gives 30. So this first line represents the function definition. We are defining a function using the keyword def. Def sum of, it is a function name followed by a colon to specify it as a function. Now the statements inside this function is very simple. C equals 10 plus 20, and I'm returning the value to the called function. So this sum of, we are calling the function here. So this is function calling. And this is the function definition. This is a function definition, this is function calling. And we try to give some parameters to it. I'll give it as a plus b. Here also a comma b. Now this function takes two parameters called a and b, the values of which we are passing it in the calling function. Sum of, I'll give 10 comma 20. I'll give here. So we can do it this way also. When I run, it gives 30. Same thing. These are the ways of defining a function and returning the value to the called function. So if I call this function sum of 10 comma 20, the value of a becomes 10 and the value of b becomes 20. So in turn, a, b gets added and stored in C, and we are returning the value C to n, to the calling function, which is n equals sum of 10 comma 20. Now n, in place of n, C will be stored. That is 30. And the next is lists. So these lists are dynamically sized arrays. These are nothing but arrays, but lists can be homogeneous. List need not be homogeneous. Like in array, we can use only single data type, but in list we can use integers, float, characters, string, all in one data type, one variable. As I'll show you, I'll create one list L equals. This list will be specified within the square brackets. square braces. It can have integer values. It can have string. It can have character, and it can have the decimals as well. And each one separated by commas, same as arrays. Now we'll try to print the list. So it gives what are all the data elements present in that list. So one of the advantages is that we can actually include many data types in one single variable, as I done here. L equals 1020 Python, which is a string, A is a character, this is a float data type. Now we'll see some small program of displaying the list of given elements in reverse order. Now I'll take the days as the variable name for the list. Inside the square braces, we write the days. This string can be used within a single quotes or double quotes. There is no issue with that. Anything is fine. We can use single quote as well as double quote. These are enough. And we'll use a small code to print in reverse order. We'll use a variable called I to find the length of the list. So there are again different built-in functions for same like array. We can use different built-in functions for the list as well. This len function returns the length of the string, the length of the list, which is days. While now when I run it, it gives in reverse order: Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Sunday. So we can actually play with the code in whatever ways you want. Whatever way you want. Now the last thing is tuples inside the basic Python functions. The last topic is tuples. So this tuple is a collection of objects which are ordered and immutable. One more thing, lists are mutable. That means we can either add, insert, remove an elements once after the creation of the list. But tuple is not like that. If you want to remove an item from the tuple, it is not possible. Once we have declared a tuple, we cannot change it. That means it is immutable, and the lists are mutable. And the other difference is the lists are used using a square braces. The tuple is declared using a round bracket. Let this be here. Same thing I'll show here. T equals. Now we are creating a tuple. tuple. It can also contain different data types. Some text, comma. This is a tuple. Anything that is written within the round braces, it is a tuple, a group of elements. We'll print this, we'll remove this thing, and we'll run this. It gives 10 some text we have written and the decimal point. And major difference is, as I said, we cannot add or delete any element from the tuple. There are no built-in functions to alter the tuple values. Now, the final topic is dictionaries, which will be a advanced topic. But I'll explain. Dictionaries are nothing but which represents a group of elements arranged in the form of a key-value pairs. There will be two main things, which is a key and a value separated by a colon. As we can see in the highlighted text here, the dictionaries holds key, colon, value. The key value is provided in a dictionary to make it more emphasized. In Python, dictionaries can be created by placing sequence of elements within curly braces separated by comma. This thing also we'll see how to declare a dictionary. We'll see an example. We'll give the name as dic. D equals. We have to use the curly braces here. Curly brace separated by a semicolon. And each key and key value attribute is separated using a comma. So this name and Python, this name is the key value, and Python.
Lalit, can you zoom the screen? Is it possible? Yeah.
Wait. Or else I'll show in the terminal. Wait. Is it visible now?
Yeah, it's fine.
So a dictionary D equals the same thing, the name, colon, and the value, which is separated by a comma. And we can add, okay. So we have created a dictionary which contains two pairs of key value attributes. So in the first pair, name is a key, Python is a value. In the second field, ID is the key and 200 is a value. I will print the dictionary. It gives it gives the pairs of the key value attributes as the output. Now we have in this dictionary, the key values in the dictionary can take any data type. the key values can be in the key value attribute. The values in the dictionary can be of any data type. We can have multiple copies of the values, but the keys should be immutable. That means it should be unique. Key should be unique. It should not repeat. If I give, I'll show the example here. If I give the same name here,
Hello guys, now I'll take over the session. He has network issues. So now I'll be teaching you what is data visualization and how to plot graphs in Google Colabs.
Okay, Rutvik,
Yeah.
one minute. Okay, Lalit got disconnected, no?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, so anything else he was about to teach, like, or did he finish with his talk?
Yeah, ma'am. Just two more slides was there. It was about how can we why Python is used in machine learning and AI.
Okay. Can he get back again? Like,
Yeah, ma'am. In the meantime, he'll be back.
okay, we can wait for like 1-2 minutes.
Yeah, ma'am. Make him the co-host, ma'am, so that he can share the screen.
Oh, okay. I'll just speak to Imtiaz, sir. Hello, Imtiaz, sir. Imtiaz, sir, can you hear me? I think. Hello, sir. Can you hear me, Imtiaz, sir? Okay. I think Lalit cannot join back again. Okay, Rutvik, you can continue then.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah. Can I just know, have you ever heard about the word data visualization? Yes. Okay. Yes. Can you just define it in a small sentence? Data is picturized in the form of graphs. Yeah, it's a way correct. Uh, Not only graphs, can you just name some more? Okay, let's, yeah, text, graphical representation, tables, pie charts. Yeah, using matplot library. Yeah, I'm going to talk about matplot library in this session. Yeah, waves. Yeah, good. Now I'll share my screen and explain you the things. Yeah, can you see my screen? In this session, I'm going to cover the things that are what is data visualization, why it is needed in our daily life, and its applications, visualization with Matplot library, plotting graphs using Matplot library in Google Colabs. This will be hands-on session. You have to do it parallelly with me. And how to save that graphs. That also will be an hands-on. And at last, I'll give you a problem. You have to solve it. I'll teach you how to do it. Just follow my guidance. What is data visualization is? A data visualization is the graphical representation of information and data. By using visual elements like charts, graphs, and maps, data visualization tools provide an accessible way to see and understand trends, outliers, and patterns in data. In a simple words, data visualization is the process of taking raw data, transforming it into graphs, charts, images, and even videos. Videos in the sense the static images uh, called as videos in the data visualization that explain the numbers and allow us to gain insights from it. That means uh, it is a change the way we make sense of information to create values out of it. uh, think about an example, like real-time example. How do you create a story to tell your boss out of thousands of rows of data in an Excel spreadsheet? You can't just keep on seeing the spreadsheets and telling the progress to your boss. An easy way is to create a chart like a pie chart or a bar chart of the same data. Now you have a visual representation of it. You can start analyzing and integrating it into your business, giving meaning and purpose to the original raw data. I hope you understand it. Uh, why do we need data visualization? We need data visualization because a visual summary of informations make it easier to identify patterns and trends than looking through thousands of rows on a spreadsheet. It's the way the human brain works. Charts and graphs make communicating data findings easier even if you can identify the patterns without them. One more real-time example: if you have been watching cricket, uh, in the middle of the match, we can see some bar graphs and pie charts that will represent overs and how many runs scored in that particular over and the wickets fallen in that over. So we can easily visualize the things without even seeing the scorecard. Okay, this is the main what data visualization is. Uh, let's get started with Matplot library. A Matplot library is a comprehensive library for creating static, animated, and interactive visualizations in Python. Matplot library makes easy things easy and hard things possible. You can easily animate the things. You can easily create the statistics of it, or you can representing the data in many ways. Okay, Matplot library is a plotting library for Python programming language, and it's numerical mathematics extension NumPy. NumPy is an method. Let's do an hands-on session on this. I would request all of you to open your favorite browser and go to Google Colabs. Any doubts so far? I'll just see the chat box. Yeah, everyone go to the Google Colab. Just search Google Colab. You'll be taken into this page. Then click on collab.res, this first thing.
Ritvik,
Yes, yes, ma'am.
as and when you do know, you can just ask the students whether they are understanding, or you can see the chat box, like whether they have really gone through that collab and all. Okay,
Okay,
just
ma'am.
in between. Meanwhile,
Yeah, ma'am. Okay, little slow. Yeah. Yeah, Google Colab is it will take too much time, but in this session I'm not going deep, no. So it's okay. We can do it in Google Colab. The best way to do it, it is in Jupyter Notebook. It takes time to you people to install it in your PCs. So everyone can do it in Google Colab. So I have chosen to do it in Google Colab. Yeah, just open it and click on the new notebook. Yeah, it will take you to this page. Uh, Here, I'll just explain the things very fastly. Uh, Here we have a connect option, and here we have runtime. We can change the runtime type. If you are doing a very big projects like training the models, it takes so much effort. So you can for that type of projects, you can change it to GPU or TPU according to your requirements. So for as far as now we will do no need of anything, just leave it as none. Click on connect, it will start allocating and it will initialize, and then it will get connected. Everyone following me?
those who are able to follow, you can put a message in the chat box. Even those who are not able to, you can please, that will be
Yeah,
better.
I'll try to solve it. Yeah. First of all, we have to import pyplot. It will be in matplot library. Okay. uh, from matplot library, import pyplot as PLT. So in the code, we can use PLT instead of pyplot. Okay. Now we have to import the NumPy also. Import numpy as np. Just run this cell.
Okay, Ritvik, you can tell the usage of those libraries, like NumPy is used for what purpose, Matplot, and all that.
Yeah.
Yes.
To plot the graphs, we use pyplot. This is taken from the matplot library. You can go to the documentation actually. You can see more into it. Yeah, this is the documentation of it. Matplot library. You can see what it really do. If you want, I will share this. So as of now, we'll start with our things. You all know the graphs, right? Like what happens to the curve if function y equal to x? It is a straight line. In the similar way, we will just try to plot the graphs. Let us define a function f of x, which returns normal x, just x. It will return x. If you give the input as 2, it will return 2, that's all. Just run this. Click on this code. It will open one more cell. Then just pass the value to the function f of 2. That means it should return 2.
Ritvik, there is a question from Anjana. What should we do after typing NumPy as NP?
Yeah, click on this run button, or else you can do it by clicking Control plus Enter together.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see the output 2. Now let me change this to minus x. So you can see the output as minus 2. It will be also straight line. Let us square it. Return x square. This should give me a parabola if you plot the graph for it. The output is 4. Let's try to plot the graph. For plotting graph, I have to use pyplot. Plt dot plot x on x-axis and f of x on y-axis. If I just click on this run, oh, x is not, wait a minute. Here we can give the range to the graph like np dot lin sps line space. As of now, I'm giving -3 to 3. That means the graph looks like from the range -3 to 3. And with here it is our wish. We can give 1000 or 100, or it depends on you how many points that graph should have. Exactly. So now I'll define a function. Just return x. Now plt dot plot yeah, you can see a straight line. This is what when you give y is equal to x, the function y is equal to x. I'll try to give a square for this x into x. This should give me 4 as output. Yeah. Now the graph should be parabola. Yeah. This is what we can see. You can give it as negative inverted parabola. Yeah, you can see it. but there is no meaning to this graph right now. We have to make it, there are no x and y axis as of now. You can't see it here, right? So we have to make it. For that, we have to use plt dot ax. First of all, we need horizontal line, that is h line. If you can leave it like this, or else you can even give it a color to it, like CLR equal to, I'll give it as black color. This is for horizontal line. Now same thing for vertical line. PLT dot AX V is we call vertical line. Then we give color equal to black. I'll try just running it. Yeah, you can see the graph. You can see the x and y axis. Now let's go somewhat deep into it. Go to one more cell. Again, try to define x. Now this time we'll go with trigonometric things. This is for the range what we have given. -3 to 3 was the previous graph, and now here we can give as your wish, -10 to 10 or anything. And this value is for number of points to be plotted exactly on it. PLT dot plot x on the x-axis and np dot sine. Now we are using sine to see the graph. Just run it. Yeah, this is a sine wave, as you all know. Similarly, we will do it for cosine also. Np dot cos x. Just run it. Yeah, both the graphs can be seen. We'll just put axis plt dot ax h line color. I'll give it black. I'll just copy paste the same code so it will be fast. Yeah, now you can see the axis, x-axis and y-axis. Now, if I just want to see the only first quadrant, I'll just decrease my range. I'll give it from 0. Then you can see only the first and fourth quadrants. Now let us take a real-time example where you can use your these things. Otherwise, I'll teach you how to name this graph first. This is a graph, but nobody knows what this graph says. Like there is no heading for it, no labeling, proper labeling and all. Now let's name this graph. For that, plt dot title. You have to give title. I'll just give sine and cosine graphs. Just run it. Let's see what happens. Yeah, here you can see sine and cosine graphs. This is the title. Now we will label the x-axis and y-axis. PLT dot. For labeling x-axis, x label is a method to be used. X label and give it as x. PLT dot y label, give it as f of x. Just run it. See, you can see x and f of x labels on each side. Now there is a method called legend, but the people can see sine and cosine graph, but they don't know which color represents whether it is a sine graph or cos graph. For that, we have to implement a method called legend. The syntax is just give first x-axis on sine graph separated by comma and cos for next. Run this code. Here you can see the proper mentioning of this waves colors. Blue for sine and orange for cosine. Let's take a real-time example. Let's think a scenario that our college conducts 2 internals. A particular subject teacher wants to just compare the results of first internal and second internal of some students, or else all the students. What can be done? Like opening the spreadsheets and checking each and every person's increment or decrement, it's not possible, and it's not the correct or efficient way to do it. But now we can do it using this. Just declare USN. I'll just randomly take 5 USNs. Then I'll take INT1 as internal 1 marks for all the 5 students. I'll take some 40 out of 50, right? 48, 38, 34, 23, 34. These are the first internal marks. Let's plot this. PLT dot plot. On the x-axis, you have to plot USN. On the y-axis, you have to plot internal 1 marks. So INT1 you have to give. Now let's take internal 2 marks. Let's show some improvement. 40, 38, 30, 34, 35. Let's plot this also. Plot USN and internal 2. Let's just name this. I hope you remember what we have to name. Title is used for this, and in quotes we have to write internal 1 and 2 marks. And just now we will label it plt.x label. On the x-axis, USN will be there, right? So I'll just write USN plt.y label. I'll just write as marks. Again, we can call the legend function here, because which internal is shown shows what color, we can just represent. You can just call this function and you can name them here itself. For that, you just need to give a label. Label equal to internal 1. Here also label equal to internal 2. Let's run this code. We can see internal blue line represents internal 1. The student USN number 1 got 40 marks in that way, and the internal 2 is represented in orange. This is so we can see the improvement in internal 2 when compared to internal 1. Let me revise once what all we have done till now. We just imported pyplot from matplot library as PLT. We have imported numpy as NP, because we have used line space and cosine and cosine values. And after that, we just defined a function f of x which returns the square of it. Square of it. After that, we just plotted the graph of it, and we just used AX H line, that is for horizontal, and V line for vertical, and we gave the colors as black colors. And we have run this cell and we got the output. After that, we tried to plot the graph for sine and cosine. We gave the title for this using title method, and we labeled X label and Y label using X label, Y label methods. And we used legend, which will describe the graph. So far, we have learned this. Now, I'll give you the same scenario, but real time values. Can you just try to plot it? I'll also do along with you. I'll post it in the chat box. This is a question. The title. I want the title of the graph should be median salaries in USDs, and on a x-axis you should label as ages. On the y-axis you should label as median salary, and these are the values. Ages from 18 to 55, and pi dev means Python developers. This is the median salary they'll get for each age, and this is Java developers, and this is all developers, remaining all developers. I'll just post this in chat box so that everyone can copy instead of typing. Yeah. First, we'll define ages. I'll just copy the same instead of typing. First of all, you have to give the input ages. After that, Python developers. I hope everyone doing. After that, Java developers. After that, all developers. Once you have did it, after that, try start plotting them. Plt dot plot ages is common for all the three. Then we'll plot Python developers. And we just label. Similarly, we'll plot Java developers, and we just label. Now I will give title to this graph. Median, salary, will name X and Y labels. We'll label it as ages. I hope everyone are doing it. Response, please. Yes. Yeah, good. Yeah, good, Vatsal. See, you can see this. Here we didn't call the legend function, so it's not describing what it is. plt.legnd legend. Just call, because here we have labeled already, so no need to mention it here. See, you can see this. Taking too long to run. Why? Yeah, Python developers and the most. You are correct, Vedant. Good, Akash. Let's do what can be done to this graph. Can anyone tell what we can add to this? Yeah, I'll scroll up. Yeah, can someone tell what can be added to this graph? Scale can be added. Okay, what else? Actually, there are many. Can you please copy and paste it one more time? Yeah, sure. Yeah, ticks we can add, or else points, peak values. Yeah. Yeah, we can add it. 1 second, I'll copy this code and paste it there.
Yes, Muskan, what happened? Hello? Yes, somebody said something, no? Muskan?
There are some inbuilt themes in this. Excuse me, ma'am, what happened?
No, I think somebody said to make someone as co-host, no? So I don't know who was he asking.
Lalit Sagar only, ma'am. Today only we
Yes,
both.
yes. Mars is unable to unmute. Okay, I think Imtiaz sir, are you there? Hello, Imtiaz sir. Oh, okay. I think I'll just message him.
Okay.
Ritvik, you can continue.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you. In this, we have some inbuilt themes which can be added to the graph. I'll just show how to see the inbuilt available themes. Just write print statement plt dot style method dot let's see what all available. Yeah, just run this code, you'll get some lot of themes. See, solarize light 2, classic background, dark black background, fast 538, ggplot, grayscale. These are the themes. Among this, my favorite theme is 538. This looks so amazing. I just copied this theme, just paste it here. Not just pasting, we have to write a line code. plt dot style plt dot style dot use in the quotes. You should just give 538. Just remember this graph how it looks. Now the theme has been applied. Yeah, you can see the theme of the graph is changed. Let's see Seaborn. Some of you texted this in the chat box. I have seen. I'll just replace this. Seaborn. Yeah, this is different. Actually, what you can do is you can even plot the lines here. See, before labels. Here, Pi developers has blue color. Yes, right. We can change the color also if you want. I just want it to black color. Then I'll just give K, and it should and I want it to display in double dash. I'll just give it as double dash. Let's run this code. What? Okay. Oh, I just missed the quotes. Yeah, you can see this is changed to black color, and the type of the graph changed to double dash instead of line. Yeah, these are the markers. You can even plot at the points wherever you can with circle marks or with dots anywhere. Oh my. Can actually make use of markers if you want. I'll just show you here. Marker equal to, I'll just give as O. That means it will plot at every point. See, you can see the dots here. We plotted it for Java developers. Now let's save this image. You can save the image by using plt dot save fig and give the name to it. I'll give my figure 1. Just run it. You can see your saved graph here. See, double click on it to see it. This is a saved graph. You can save the graphs in this way. Everybody can do that. Yeah, respond. Yes, done. I want others also to actively participate, not only Vatsal or Vedant or Anjali, Anjana, Rohan, yes, Subha. Yes, got it. Yes, done. Yeah, good. I'll now show you what where the data visualization stands. Real-time applications of data visualization. You can just this is Codex Atlanticus. You can go to your favorite browser and type this thing, Codex Atlanticus. You can see. Wait, I'll show you. Codex Atlanticus. Click on the first thing. This is a data using data visualization. These people have done it. Just click on explore the codex. Yeah. Were you able to see this? This is the first data visualization in our collection in Codex Atlanticus. The visual agency or a data visualization group from Italy have done it. Has to put together a beautiful digital library of Leonardo da Vinci, generals and notebooks. It's the largest digital collection of his work till this date. You can see it. This is what everyone can do it on your own. Yeah, go back. And the second was where the wild things glow. Yeah, where the wild things glow. Yeah, this is the place at the Australia. It will just if you click on it, it will just show what all this means. It means it's a detailed. Instead of checking all the pages and summary of anything, you can just represent the data in this way, where the wild things glow. This is one of it. Or next we'll see the Atlas of Moon. This will be very good to see. I'll just show. This was by National Geography. It has every detail of all the moons, not only Earth, in the whole universe. I'll just show you. You just keep scrolling down. Yeah, you can see all the planets. You can still scroll down. First, it will start with Earth. It has one moon. So each and every detail we can see, like the distance, how much distance it is located, and the orbit, how many days. Like each and every detail you can visualize. Now Mars has two moons. This is the way how it represents. Next we'll see one more. After plotting drowning in plastic. Yeah, since you opened this page, this many bottles have been sold. This is one more visualization. Yeah, next was Space Junk. You can try it on your own. I'll just show you how many of you have seen this movie Inception by Christopher Nolan. Yeah, I can see many people have watched it. Have you really understand the movie for the first time? No. Yeah, not even second time. Yeah. The same thing we can understand by data visualization. The main theme was between the dreams and the reality, right? So it shows visual representation of the movie, how it will be there. I'll just play a video. These are the static images. Everything you need to know about. This is full of data visualization.
Planet Earth is the home of every life form known to us in the universe. Its age is about a third of the age of the universe, and, admit it, it is a thing of beauty. A slightly squashed sphere with a heavy metal core and a lighter surface crust wrapped in a thin sliver of sweet air to breathe, with vast oceans, fertile plains, magnificent mountains, freshwater rivers, streams, lakes and aquifers, orbiting a star which warms us and gives us energy. But how did our home come into existence, and what's it made of? 4.6 billion years ago, Earth was created from the remnants of dead stars that collected in a giant dirty gas cloud. The gas cloud became denser in its center and formed an accretion disk. Small particles started clumping together and building larger and larger objects until they formed the objects we call planets today. This process took 10 to 20 million years and is still not very well understood. At about this time, when the solar system was young and chaotic, a giant object about as big as Mars collided with our home. The impact was violent, and if the object had been more massive, it might have destroyed Earth. Material from Earth was smashed out into orbit and formed the Moon, which is the biggest satellite in relation to its planet in the solar system. At this time, Earth was a hot hell, constantly being hit by asteroids, with seas of lava and a toxic atmosphere. But something was about to change drastically. Earth cooled down. Water from the inside of the Earth wandered to the surface and rained down on Earth, only to vaporize again and become clouds. Millions of asteroids brought more and more water to our planet. All the water on Earth has about this volume compared to Earth. Today, the surface of Earth is 71% water and 29% land. 97.5% is saline water, while only 2.5% is freshwater. The freshwater is 69% ice and snow, 30% are groundwaters, and only about 1% make up the remaining groundwaters. But even this small part is mostly frozen. Only a tiny part of our water is actually lakes and rivers, and an even tinier part is found in living things. So, gradually the Earth cooled down and the surface formed a thin crust. But inside the Earth, hot rock continued to swirl about, moving the crust from below and breaking it apart. This process is called plate tectonics and is happening right now. We'll make a whole video about it in the future. For now, let's just say that the crust of Earth consists of separate giant plates that move around. As they meet, they crumble and create mighty mountains, or violently plunge back down deeper into Earth, creating deep trenches. That's the way the highest place on Earth was formed, Mount Everest, and the deepest, the Mariana Trench. From our perspective, Earth's mountains and trenches are mighty indeed, but when you look at the Earth in cross-section, you can see how tiny they actually are. The part we stand on is the crust, which is about 50 kilometers thick, though it can vary between 5 and 70 kilometers. By the way, the deepest hole ever drilled by man is 12.262 kilometers deep. After the crust comes the mantle. It's a silicate rocky shell and about 2,900 kilometers thick. The mantle consists of the upper mantle and the lower mantle. The upper mantle has different regions too. Its upper part, which is viscous and carries the crust, is called the lithosphere. After that, there comes the asthenosphere, which consists of less mobile, mostly solid material. The lower mantle reaches deep down to the outer core of Earth. Earth's outer core is a liquid layer of iron and nickel about 2,266 kilometers thick. Temperatures vary from 4,000 degrees Celsius to 5,700 degrees Celsius. And in the center is the inner core. It's mostly solid, a ball made of an iron-nickel alloy with a radius of about 1,200 kilometers, 70% the size of the Moon and about the temperature of the surface of the Sun. It is slowly growing at an estimated rate of about 1 millimeter per year. Now for some perspective. This small layer of crystallized melt products of former molten mantle is where we live. Then there's Earth's magnetic field. It's an invisible phenomenon that diverts high-energy particles coming from the Sun and other sources, allowing for a stable environment with comparatively little radiation impact on Earth. But why is it there? Actually, we don't really know a terrible lot about that. We know it has something to do with the core of the Earth. Inside this metal sphere, large electrical currents flow in complicated patterns. They cause a magnetic field that sort of stabilizes itself according to the laws of electrodynamics. This entire system is called the dynamo. But don't let us fool you into thinking we have it all figured out. Speaking of breathtaking information, what about the airy stuff that surrounds us? By volume, dry air consists mostly of nitrogen, oxygen, argon, carbon, a variable amount of water vapor, and small amounts of other gases. Humans are very dependent on the lowest layer of the atmosphere, the troposphere, where the weather is. It's 12 kilometers thick on average. Above that is the stratosphere, which is where the ozone layer protects us from the sun's most aggressive type of light. Above that is the mesosphere, the coolest place on Earth, with an average temperature around minus 85 degrees Celsius. At about 80 kilometers up, the thermosphere starts. The transition to space is a fluent one without clear borders, but humans decided that space starts here. At about 100 kilometers, Earth stops and space begins, though the atmosphere extends a bit further. In this region we find the ionosphere, the aurora borealis, and the ISS. And the outermost layer is the exosphere, stretching up to 10,000 kilometers. It merges fluently with outer space where there's no atmosphere at all. The atoms and molecules in this area are so far apart that they can travel hundreds of kilometers without colliding with each other. Okay, humans in their present form have only been around for 200,000 years. That's 0.004% of Earth's history. Not long, really. And here we are now, living in a thin, moist layer on a small, wet rock. We call this rock Earth. It is the product of the universe's deepest workings, the result of a constant process of creation and destruction, happening all over the universe all the time, helped by chance, the laws of the universe, and random events. We are really lucky.
I'm audible? Yeah. Here's the end of the session. I hope you really enjoyed it. Ma'am, just post the feedback form, ma'am, in the chat box. Yeah, thank you everyone. I just want to share a few things with you. If you learn something, try to apply it on real world. You can try to make changes to our society. The society needs a lot. Okay, try teaching others. If you know something, try teaching others, so it will improve yourself and it will be a better society. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll share. Excuse me, ma'am. Can you just share the feedback link? Yeah, everyone, please fill it. This is a feedback form. Thank you all. Guys, it's done for the day. Continuation will be from tomorrow. The details, the link details will be shared in the Google Classroom. That's all. Everybody don't forget to fill the feedback form. Once you fill it, you can leave. Thank you.